Good evening and welcome to the ordinary meeting of Council, Monday the 23rd of March 2026. I'll start with an acknowledgement of country. Lithgow City Council acknowledges the Wiradjuri elders, past and present, of the Wiradjuri Nation, the original custodians of the land on which Lithgow communities reside. The Council also extends our respects to our neighbouring nations. Declaration of webcasting. I inform all those in attendance at this meeting that the meeting is being webcast and that those in attendance should refrain from making any defamatory statements concerning any person, councillor or employee, and refrain from discussing those matters subject to closed council proceedings as indicated in clause 14.1 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Public attendance. In accordance with the mandatory requirements of the New South Wales Local Government Code of Meeting Practice Clause 1520, members of the public attending a meeting of council, A, must remain silent during the meeting unless invited by the chairperson to speak. B, must not bring flags, signs or protest symbols to the meeting. And C, must not disrupt the meeting. Council meeting emergency procedures. I'll hand over to Director Browning. Thank you.
In the case of emergency, please follow the emergency warden's instructions, who will be identified by coloured helmets and fluorescent council vests. Wardens will determine if an evacuation is required and the appropriate exit path. In the event of a fire, do not use the lift. If you require personal assistance in evacuation, please advise a warden. In the event of an evacuation, no one is to re-enter the building until advised by the Chief Warden.
Thank you. I note that all councillors are present. Declaration of interest, councillors? Yes, Councillor Ring.
I have a significant non-pecuniary interest in item 5.3, which is a question on notice. As President of Lithgow District Chamber of Commerce, we are beneficiaries of funding from Energy Australia to implement training for businesses in our LGA. This is a voluntary position, nor do I receive any financial benefit from the training. All I get is a lot of work. I will be staying in the room for this, as it is not a decision-making exercise.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further? Councillor Smith?
Yeah, I've got to actually support that same issue, 5.3. I believe I don't have a pecuniary nor a non-pecuniary. I basically have not been offered nor received money in any way, shape or form, and I believe I'll be staying here and talking on the issue.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Marnie?
I've got a non-pecuniary and I see it personally as minor, but I think it has impeded some of my role as a councillor. So I just want to advise the council that I've formally resigned from any positions I hold with community groups, particularly sporting groups, and this is relating to 3.2 and to a certain point to 3.4 when it comes to the delivery of review of fees and charges relating to recreational facilities. I believe there is a perceived conflict of interest that makes it difficult for me to effectively advocate on behalf of community sporting organisations across the local government area, and in the interests of those clubs, I've stood down from positions I hold, and I will take a much more active and present role in advocating on behalf of those groups. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Do I have any further? No? Thank you, councillors. We have a set of minutes here that need confirming. It's the confirmation of minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held the 23rd of February 2026. Is there anybody who'd like to move those? Thank you, Councillor Ring. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Goodwin. Is there any opposition to those minutes? Then I'll consider that carried. Thank you. The next item is the Mayoral minute, our landing place, Greater Lithgow. The Convict Bridge was built in 1800s, and the fact that we have been relying on the Mitchell Causeway to transport 11,000 cars and trucks every day for decades is mind-blowing. While it's too early to quantify the full economic impact, this affects far more than convenience. It disrupts workers, freight, supply chains, visitors, and everyday travel. Lithgow and the Central West rely on fragile east-west infrastructure at exactly the time our region needs stronger continuity to support our economic diversification, new jobs, and attract investment and tourism. Greater Lithgow cannot continue to be treated as an afterthought when it comes to major infrastructure. Lithgow City Council is still waiting on $7 million in disaster recovery funding from the New South Wales Government for roadworks already completed. The prospect of prolonged closure, which could or would further deteriorate our local roads, is something that this councillor group should not tolerate without meaningful support from the New South Wales Government. Lithgow Council has been working with the New South Wales Government to identify immediate solutions to the disruption. I've personally met with the Honourable Jenny Aitchison, Minister for Roads and Minister for Regional Transport, on Friday the 13th of March, so that she could see firsthand the difficulties businesses are facing. I've been in regular contact with the Minister since, and I continue to do so, and I did so when the incident occurred. After speaking with Shannon's from Erin's Quality Outdoor Power Centre, the signage on the highway was immediately adjusted to ensure that residents and visitors alike are aware that Hartley is open for business. However, even as early as this afternoon, signage still is an issue. On Saturday afternoon, a group of us met with Mr. Howard Collin, OBM, Coordinator General Transport for New South Wales, about the importance of a traffic plan for the CBD of Lithgow to support our residents to get from one side of the town and back again, so they are not enduring the chaos that is currently Moreton Main Street, Lithgow. We discussed several ideas and solutions. However, I focused on the pinch point at Woolworths car park and the increased traffic from the Darling Causeway onto the Scenic Hill and then into Lithgow. A total of 8 suggestions were made to support our community from getting from A to B safely to help with their daily lives. We need to continually focus on what more can be done. I won't be resting on my laurels, and I dare say that the councillor group won't be either. The Lithgow region is positioned to benefit from around $8 billion in state significant development activity. We need immediate clarity on traffic management and recovery timelines. We need an urgent delivery of a full 4-lane divided highway upgrade between Katoomba and Lithgow, not around piecemeals work, delay and half measures. I generally believe that it is in the Greater Lithgow's best interests that the state government declare this as a disaster, so that the federal government provides not only funding but also a coordinated approach that supports not only Greater Lithgow but also the Central West and the Upper Blue Mountains. Lithgow, through no fault of its own, is now a transport hub. We deserve not only support and attention but also a whole of government approach. Now, my recommendation is that Council call on the New South Wales Government to commit to a whole of government approach to the Great Western Highway closure, so that we have a collaborative framework across government agencies. Request the New South Wales Government to declare the cracking of the Mitchell Causeway a disaster, so that funding assistance may be made available for Lithgow City Council and New South Wales government agencies to speed up the solution. Now, I acknowledge that the task force has been arranged since this Mayoral Minute was published. However, it only has 3 portfolios being looked at within the task force. I believe that there is more than 3 portfolios in the New South Wales Government affected by this issue. Now, I'm going to hand over to the councillors for further debate on the matter. Councillor Ring.
I'd like to add, with your consent, 4 additional points, if I may.
Sure.
The first is that council create a dedicated page on its website as a single source of truth to keep the community informed on the management of the progress of resolving the failure of Victoria Pass. 2, that a dedicated email address is established for residents to raise concerns regarding the impacts and possible solutions resulting from the closure of Victoria Pass. That council requests Transport for New South Wales to assess the potential for staggering truck movements through Lithgow to avoid unnecessary delays on Scenic Hill. And the final point is that council requests copies of all geotechnical reports being commissioned by Transport for New South Wales in relation to the Convict Bridge on Victoria Pass.
Happy to accept those.
Okay. We did this, I believe, with the wind turbines. There was a dedicated email address that's still there for people to put in issues. I think this gives the community an opportunity to go to the one place, get all the information. Emails can come in. People are going to have solutions, concerns, rather than it coming straight to councillors and then us hassling the administration. If it goes through and is coordinated, it will be a lot better and hopefully a lot more informative. Today, I met with the Small Business Minister first in my capacity as President of the Business Chamber. Then I met with the Mayor and the Minister and tabled the outcomes of 2 meetings that were held last week, one at Hartley and one in Lithgow with businesses, and outlined their concerns and solutions that they're actively looking for. Part of which is for signage on the top of Scenic Hill and before Lithgow, promoting Stop, Revive, Survive in Lithgow. This is not about a revive spot where you stop and you get coffee for free. This is about encouraging them to stop in Lithgow for a break. The Minister was happy for that because she saw the safety issues and the tourism benefits from that approach. That's basically all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further councillors? Yes, Councillor Fredericks.
I would like to add another point, if it's all right with you. I've given it to Ms.
What
Newton.
would you like to add?
That the Mayor formally requests an urgent meeting with the Central New South Wales Joint Organisation, inviting all mayors, deputy mayors, general managers and interested councillors from regional, rural and remote New South Wales to coordinate a joint delegation to Parliament, and for this delegation to advocate for the immediate suspension of the proposed $90 billion Newcastle-Sydney Fast Rail project and the redirection of those funds towards the development of a new freight corridor connecting Sydney and the Central West.
I'm happy to take that on to the JO. They'll have to be debated there.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah, so I'm happy to we'll have to take it to a board meeting.
Yep.
And then they'll have to debate it from there.
Now, the reason why I'm stating this is this situation has shown us that both of these mountain routes are not sustainable for the amount of freight and travelling that they have had to handle and cope with. Our area is not sustainable enough for this to go on for years and years and years. We do need a new freight corridor opened. And if this isn't a wake-up call for any state government of past and future to realise this is needed, I don't know what it's going to take for them to realise a brand new freight corridor is needed.
What I'd like to do with your particular point is make that a matter arising, if you're all right with that. I mean, I think that's really important. It should be highlighted separately. And I also think that we need to take it to the board. So are you happy to do that?
Yeah, I'm
All
fine
right,
with that.
we'll make that a matter arising and we'll come back to you. You okay with that?
Yeah.
Yep, sure. Hang on, Councillor Tyson, I can see you looking at me. Minute taker, did you get that? Okay, just hang on. We need to wait for. All right. Can you hand it up? Have you got it there, or can you email it to Trinity for me?
I've already emailed mine one to Trinity.
We haven't got it, Councillor. Anyway, while you're there, Councillor Tyson, did you want to?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I put one up there as well, and that is that Council urgently requests the newly established Great Western Highway Community Coordination Task Force to investigate, whilst the road closure continues, establishing and funding a new monthly Little Hartley Community Sunday Fair upon the now unused, recently completed section of the Great Western Highway to assist and financially support the various local Lithgow, Hartley and Hartley Valley businesses. I'll speak to that if I can get a seconder.
Are you doing an amendment, or would you like another
Well, I'm
point?
happy to include it if you're happy to.
Yeah, I'm happy to include it.
Thank you. The reason being is that we need something to get moving fairly quickly, and I think these are the sort of things that perhaps the task force will be looking at. I'm pretty sure that there would be financial support from Transport for New South Wales. The reason for putting it down there is that there's no traffic, and I'm looking at the location being south of the highway overpass in the vicinity of the Lollybug. The reason being is that's where it ends, but the reality is that people will travel from Lithgow all the way out there. They'll be able to stop in at all the other various businesses on the way, the Hartley Historic Site, the facilities there as well, the nursery, the pizza place, all those sort of places, and then if not on the way out there, but also on the way back in. And it's a way of sort of getting it to get something out there straight away to get it moving. I'm not sure that it will require a lot of effort, apart from some funding and public liability, which would come from Transport, who's caused the problem anyway. There might be support from local and regional car clubs. Coffee and Carts are always looking for somewhere out there. They're always going out to the Hartley Fresh site. They might go out there as well. There might be regional clubs that will have events in that vicinity underneath all the arches and that go out there with the brand new road out there. So that's the reason for putting that up. I've got another one that I want to put with your consent, Mayor, is that that Council acknowledge their previous resolution 2544 from the February last year, where the Council in number 2 fully supports on behalf of the Council's own 11,000 plus ratepayers and residents the future planning and major construction of the Bells Line Expressway across the Blue Mountains. Additionally, it was seeking in writing the full support from Centrock, which Councillor Fredericks has covered. The other one was that there was a motion to the big conference in Canberra from memory as well. But the fact is that we still have it on our books. We're not doing it just now. We have it on our books for over 12 months, where we've supported the future planning and major construction of the Bells Line Expressway. Here we've had a major road closure, and this is something that we've got, we're hopeful that the governments, both state and federal, will go back to. So if you're happy,
I'm happy to include it.
We're just reaffirming.
We've got it out our books anyway, and it's reconfirming it. I've got no issue with that.
Thank you very much. I thank you for your support.
Is there any further? Councillor Marnie, and then I'll come across.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. Look, I attended the meeting in Hartley and was very impressed with how the community addressed some significant challenges and were very solutions orientated. Now, I understand that the notes coming from that meeting have been forwarded to the relevant task force minister, which is terrific. I did take some notes, which I'm happy to, and I'll circulate them to all the councillors. They're only very brief points, but if it's of interest, I'll send that around. There was a couple of points that were made outside the actual formal meeting that I just wanted to note that, particularly in review of and I note your point too, I am inclined to believe that this is a legacy issue coming out of the 2 wet years. I think there may well be an impact on that geological form that's been moving over that period, and it's now become quite evident. If it is that they determine that disaster recovery funding is required, there are previous financial frameworks that were undertaken during the COVID period that could readily be revisited and modified to suit the current environment. So I just ask that they explore that prior to making a concrete decision at the front end, that it isn't disaster related, so that we're in a position to act quickly on this as needed. The other one was I do get contacted from residents out of Clarence and Dargan, and probably they're the Bells Line communities, along with the Hartley communities and their immediate surround, are probably the most impacted by this. Is there an opportunity, and I appreciate what Councillor Ring has put forward, having a central point to feed your concerns into, because entry into that road when it's full of traffic is a high risk. So I'm just asking that we could consider that. And the other point, it reverberates into the Lithgow Main Street, and again, I appreciate Councillor Ring's sort of advocacy here. Something and look, I may get stuck in micro at times, but micro is big when it's impacting as a small business. But we currently have a locked car park which is owned by us at the back of the former transformation hub and library. Could we not see that open to the community for use to have overflow car parking? Would particularly benefit those businesses at the Eastern Main Street. At the moment, I understand it's locked over the weekend, and I think we've got to not be focused on the income over the outcome. At the moment, the outcome is the big issue. How we lease items like that in the future, that's a decision for the council to make. But in the short term, it does provide additional off-road parking, and could also ask that we talk to Transport for New South Wales about refreshing the blue parking signs along its arterial road, which is Chifley Main Street and Western Main Street and Mort Street, just so people are clear that where there are opportunities to pull in and have a break. It does sit just around that 2-hour mark from travelling from Sydney. And I'll leave it at that, and I appreciate there's a lot in that commentary.
Councillor Money, can I just suggest if you'd like to put a point 8, which is 1, first, we'll start with point 8. First, if we start with that, we request an urgent meeting with Reconstruction New South Wales and Transport New South Wales with the Progress Association at Dargan. I think
or the ABCD.
What are they called? The ABC.
The Inc.
So we request that because Hartley did have a meeting and they've had theirs, but I think it's important that we do move some focus to Dargan and Clarence. So I think that needs to be point 9, that we request an urgent meeting or convene a urgent meeting with Reconstruction New South Wales and Transport New South Wales with ABCD Inc. I think that needs to be point 9. And then just go through your other two. Let's just
okay. My apologies. There was a bit of a basketball there.
What do you want to?
Just in light of that, the road that this additional traffic is travelling down is a state road.
Right. Yep.
So Western Main Street and Mort Street and Chifley Road. The Transport actively work with Council to refresh the blue parking signage to give clear indications to people where parking is available. At the moment, it's not clear, I don't believe. And that we as a council open the Transformation Hub car park on weekends to make it available to public parking to support the eastern end of businesses on Main Street.
Can we take those last two on notice, administration, and work through that?
Yeah,
if that's okay, if you're happy with that, because that's a bit confusing.
Yeah.
Could I just add, if I may, just that point's also been raised formally with the General Manager about the potential use of the car park.
Yeah, okay. So we might take that. Hang on, Councillor Frederick, I'll come back to you because I know that Councillor Statham, did you want to add anything or say anything?
Yes, I did apologise for the meeting on Friday afternoon due to a funeral. And I'm sorry I did have to apologise. Councillor Fredericks apologised for me for the people in Hartley. I mean, I'm thinking and hearing all these comments tonight, but the one thing that I think has been left out is a very important thing. We are the Central West. We are the gateway to the Central West. We have to look after regional New South Wales, which includes Dubbo. I haven't heard anybody talk about Dubbo, Wellington, Cowra. Yet I read the Western Advocate on the weekend and found that the mayors of Oberon, Bathurst, Orange and Blaney, I believe, had quite a good write-up in the paper how they're going to look, forward to trying to get some resolutions. there is a resolution that can help and speed up things if we work together as a team. And every mayor, whether they're in our Centrock area or whatever you like to call it now, we are one. We are all in trouble. Every person you speak to has had enough. They're losing money. They're frustrated. Their mental health is suffering. As far as I can see, any sort of a closure to this, the people in Sydney are never going to listen to us. We're just people out in the West. We need to go to Sydney on the train, get to Sydney somehow and have every mayor and general manager there and other councils, if they so wish to go. Get as many people in one big meeting so that the people from Dubbo can keep in touch with Bathurst. Bathurst can keep in touch with the Blue Mountains. We're all going round the clock and it's absolutely ridiculous. We need to get something going to get every mayor in Moree, it doesn't matter where they are. They're all faced with this horrific accidents are going to happen, and then the highway will be closed. Bell's Line will be closed. What are we going to do? And I believe the other thing that's occurring is there's been people moved out of different hospitals in the area that can't drive an ambulance to Sydney if it's somebody very, very risk of dying. And so they're using the choppers. Who's all going to pay for that? Certainly not the councils. So you can't leave out anybody in our Central West. Our Central West goes into regionals out through Cowra, Orange, Parks, Forbes. We get all those. I would like to suggest an urgent meeting to call every mayor, including the Blue Mountains mayor, to a roundtable discussion to get something done immediately, like that means this week.
A point of order.
So that's all right. Can I just respond to that? The task force that was set up this week has already started on that.
Yes, way too late.
So we met on Friday, so
Yeah.
it's already meeting in that space. And I can reassure you that I saw the Mayor of Dubbo on that task force and the Mayor of Wellington on that task force. I've always spoken to the Blue Mountains Mayor as well. So that's actually happening.
The point of order.
Yes, your point of order. I have to.
Can I just say that Councillor Fredericks, if you look at the front of your thing there, the Mayor's referred to it as a matter arising. If you have a look at the bottom of your screen there, you'll be able to see that she's organising an urgent meeting with exactly what you're asking for.
Yes, but here we are now, nearly 3 weeks down the track? It should have been done
The task force has already been set up. What you're saying is correct. I'm agreeing with you. I'm not, but what I'm saying is what you're suggesting has already started. So thank you very much for your commentary. It's been noted, and we're actually doing that through the task force. Councillor Marnie, you've already spoken. Question, yep.
Can I? Yeah, I'll just put a question to you, Mayor. Has the main industry sector been invited to this task, or that being the transport industry? Because we
Not
need.
that I'm aware of at this stage, but it has been suggested.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, if I could ask whether that could be.
Yeah, we'll put that through. Thank you. And I'll come back to your matter arising in a minute. What would you like Councillor Fredericks?
I'm a bit concerned that point 8 actually bleeds into my matter arising, because that's the new freight corridor.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think you'd be right. No, you'd be right.
Just a question. If we could mention the reference number, reaffirm council resolution. If I can give you the number, so that you can put that in there. In other words, we're reaffirming what we already had.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
25-44.
Yep, not a problem.
Made on the 24th of February 25.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Evangelides?
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to say that I commend the Mayor on her advocating. You haven't politicised this. I've seen a lot of grandstanding from politicians. Sadly, this event will end up serving us long term because it's impossible to ignore now. One problem on the Bells Line will cut off. So as sad as it is and as detrimental as it is, really this in some ways needed to happen for them to seriously look at the problem. But I've watched you on the news and everything you're doing, and I feel so confident that there's no one that could be advocating better than you in this current climate. So thank you.
Further debate on this matter? No? Okay, I'll put the mayoral minute to you. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Councillor Fredericks, your matter arising. You can come back to that now if you like.
I would like to move that if possible.
So thank you, Councillor Tarsus. So we can, if you would like to speak to it now, you can again if you like.
As many of us are finding out, it's been a generational issue with state governments not pumping money into the Great Western Highway or Bell's Line of Road. It's not just one government, it's every government. They've always done it. The closure of the Great Western Highway has shown we're not equipped. The Central West is not equipped. Sydney is not equipped. Everything that we have to transport to Sydney is now taking longer. Everything that has to come from Sydney and beyond out here and then further into the Central West, it's adding costs. It's adding cost of produce. It's going to add cost of fuel. It's going to add cost to companies just transporting stuff because they're going to have to increase wages because their drivers are going to be going on the road longer. And like Councillor Evangelista said, one accident on the Bells Line of Road and our access to Sydney is cut off. And that is why I feel very strongly that this point of advocating for that $90 billion Newcastle-Sydney fast rail project to be suspended and that money to be rediverted into creating that new freight corridor connecting the Central West and Sydney is exceptionally important, and it needs to start happening. It needed to start happening 2 weeks ago, even longer. The longer that we go without a new freight corridor being built, the longer Lithgow has to deal with 11,000 vehicles coming through every day. The longer we have to deal with the risk of a major accident happening on the Darling Causeway, Scenic Hill, Chifley Road, Mort Street, Main Street. We've already had a bang up in Main Street. 3 cars. It's already happening. We're seeing the rat running happening through our other suburban streets. We're seeing increased damage on our other suburban streets that are not part of the diversion in place. And yet we're going to have to deal with this. It's going to be an ongoing thing. But if we can get a new freight corridor opened up and running, yeah, it's going to take years, but it's going to give another alternative route. It's going to take trucks and excess traffic off the Great Western Highway, off Bells Line of Road. It's going to put them on a safer path. It's going to open those roads up for more tourism because people aren't going to get stuck behind a truck going up Scenic Hill. People aren't going to get stuck behind a truck going up Mount Vic Pass. It's past time for this advocacy to happen, and it's past time for any government to actually listen. It needs to be done, and I'm happy for Lithgow to lead the charge in that because we are the ones copying the repercussions from the Great Western Highway being shut.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Tarsus.
Thank you, Mayor. Just from what's already been said without repeating that, but all this is going past my place day in, day out. If I'm not mistaken, when we talk about some 12 to 15,000 cars going over the Great Western Highway and the Bells Line combined, if I'm not mistaken, I think we've lost about 30, possibly 40% of that traffic, where people now because of fuel, but also because of they don't want to get a roadblock. They're basically suffering from a roadblock phobia, where if they come out, they then can't get back. And this is why I think a lot of people are dropping off travelling through the town. I mean, we've got blockages through the day, but the traffic is still moving. We're all frightened of the first accident that's going to happen. The scientific's going to take 8 hours to clean it up, whether it's serious or a fatality or not. We know it's going to happen. We just don't know when. We don't want it to happen, but sadly it will. But some of the places, Councillor Satham indicated, there's a shop at Millthorpe at the moment that is looking at closing after 35 years. She said it's the worst she's ever seen in 35 years because she's not getting any visitors. Easter will certainly show us what we're going to get, but they're going elsewhere. They're making cancellations en bloc. They're not coming up this way because they're afraid that they won't get back, or if they do start off, that they won't get fuel when they come out west as well. We've got reports all over the national news talking about Dubbo and out west where there's no diesel. Most of the cars that come out of Sydney for travelling are all diesels, so they won't come. Now that's going to impact everybody. And that's sadly what's I think we're going to face. But I think we need to also, that we're the council that 12 months ago said, let's go and chase up the Bells Line Expressway after 25 years of not doing it. And then I put up a motion last December and said, let's celebrate the anniversary of the Convict Bridge in 6 years' time. Well, I wasn't thinking that the whole thing would close 2 or 3 months later. I was hopeful that it got the message that we've been travelling for 196 years over a convict bridge, where the minister's quite happy to say that you can drive from Victoria to Queensland by the end of next year without one set of traffic lights. We can't get past Glenbrook, and we've got 29 other sets of lights to get past and 6 school zones over the Great Western Highway. There's nothing great about it, and that's been borne out by the collapse of the convict bridge. This is going to be many years in the making, 1, to fix, and 2, to get started on something else for the future. We shouldn't have to wait another 196 years to get the Bells Line Expressway up. All the political parties must come together and get it moving. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to debate on this? Yeah. Councillor Ring?
I think the roadblock phobia, particularly on weekends, has been there for a long time. People going back to Sydney on the Great Western Highway has been backing up to Rivulet now for some time. And I do agree, fuel is an issue at the moment. It's going to impact on people, but it's a separate issue to the road closure. It's related, but it's separate. Until we know the full impact or what the reason is for the failure of the bridge, we won't know whether or not there can be a declaration for disaster recovery funding. It may be a simple fix, it may not, we don't know. I do know from the meeting we had last week that one of our local roadwork businesses visited the site, met with the geotechs and saw the camera go down under the pavement, and it's just a void. I believe the 2022 rainfall scenarios has caused washouts, impacted the aquifers. We just have to now wait and see. But we definitely do need a better freight road transport. There were options previously before they did 40 bends up. One was to go around Victoria Pass with a new bridge, out along the Clarence Plateau and out to Marangaroo to take the traffic. Another one was through the valley of Hartley Valley, off the causeway and up to Rivulet. They were not pursued. So we're in this position now. Whatever we do is going to take time. It's not going to be ideal. And at the moment, we have roads that are surrounded by residences. World Heritage listed National Park, these are all impediments on putting through any new major road. But we asked the question and we see what can happen. So I'd actually like to see greater rail freight coming up and greater use of the rail. We haven't had any significant upgrade of our rail system since electrification in the 1950s. It needs to be brought up to standard. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate on this? No? Okay. Anything you'd like to reply to that, Councillor Fredericks? Do you have anything for me to put it?
Would you like me to add that into this for the rail network to be upgraded as well?
Well, you haven't specified for a road, so I'm happy to leave it as a new freight corridor. Let the dice fall where they may.
Okay. I'm happy. So would you like, I'll put the motion? Yep.
Just for a moment, please, Mayor Coleman. Has anybody thought about getting the airlines out of Bathurst again going? I mean, they would do a roaring trade for anybody that had to get to Sydney for business. The Orange people now, I don't know where they're situated. You can come into Orange from the Gold Coast, but I don't know whether they have one from Bathurst to service. But that service should never have stopped. That service should be now lobbied by, again, all the mayors so that you can get that up and going again, even if it only lasts for a 12-month period.
Would you like to add another point? Because this is going to the joint organisation. We can discuss it at the joint organisation and speak to the Bathurst Mayor. You happy to add that?
Yeah, I'm happy to add that.
Yeah.
And to add into it that it's like a road network, train, rail network. If we can get all that kind of stuff up and running, it's going to put us in a better position for when there's other massive failures on the 2 mountain roads.
Yep. So we can include transport options.
Yeah, something simple like an investigation into rail improvement, better setting road improvement, to look into aviation as well.
Road, rail, and aviation.
Yes, road, rail, and aviation. Oh,
Just-
that's a mouthful.
Yeah, trains, planes, and automobiles. So you're happy with that? Councillor Statham, I think that addresses your concerns. We can take that to the joint organisation and we'll discuss it there. We'll just wait for, yep, that's in that. All right, so if you're happy with that, Councillor Fredericks, I'll put that to you. All right, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. That was a great debate. We'll move on to the administration reports, 2.1, which is labour market and energy transition plans, next steps. Do I have any motions, councillors?
I have
Councillor
two
Ring?
new recommendations to put up.
Right, what would you like to put?
The first point is, as per Council Resolution 2647, Council reconfirms its position at the 4 February meeting to note the labour market and energy transition report. And the second point is that the administration prepare a report on the development of the three-pronged approach to the next available council meeting. Probably three-pronged management or economic management approach is probably better.
Very good. Is there a seconder? Councillor Smith, you're seconding that? Yes? Not at this stage? Okay, I'll second it for the purpose
Good.
of debate, which is important.
Okay. This report, this exact report was tabled at the Emerging Economy meeting held on the 9th of December with the same recommendations, and the committee, after lengthy discussion, voted only to note the report. The minutes were not tabled until the 4th of February 2026, when the recommendation to note the report was endorsed by the full council. Nothing's changed. It's not a particularly good report. We acknowledge that at the meeting, and I'm actually surprised and disappointed that it's been brought back to council within a 3-month period. The second point is, at the recent workshop, the administration had accepted at the last EEC meeting, I put forward a paper on renewing our economic development approach, which consisted of economic development, renewal, and transition. Now, transition is more focused on structural change, which council can advocate for, but is a state and federal responsibility. Our residents and businesses want to see the circa $1.1 million in the SRV transition that we collect every year produce tangible results. I believe the approach that the management, the executive put up at that workshop will result in a productive result moving forward and see that we get better use out of our ratepayers' money. That's basically it.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. This was addressed at the last council meeting. We did note the report, but I think it's important that we give staff direction on how the council feels in regards to the labour market change. So I note that we move forward with a 3-pronged approach, as suggested by Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor Smith?
I've had a look at this resolution here with the 3 points. Now, what I think we're missing, if I put a question to you, Mayor Coleman, have you been approached by the mining unions and also the power industry to form their own committee on some of this?
I've got a matter arising coming forward, Councillor Smith, so that will address your question.
So point 3 of this, it's a little bit sort of inconclusive in my opinion. It says we have a 10-year development plan.
I don't think that's the resolution that Councillor Rings put up.
What I want to say is it says strengthening union, industry and government coordination. Now, I think what we should be looking at here is a localised union and setup.
Can you, Councillor Smith, what you're seeing on your screen is not what Councillor Ring has put forward. Can you just hang on for a tick?
I'm reading the one that was actually put in the business paper.
Yeah, so that's not what we're moving. That's not what Councillor
Yeah.
Ring has suggested. Can you just hang on? Yeah, so can you give, Councillor Ring, can you please give the minute taker 0.5? This is a whole new resolution. Whole new resolution. Can you email that to Trinity? Oh, right. We can't hear you.
Sorry, apologies. As per Council Resolution 2647, Council reconfirms its position of the 4th of February meeting to note the labour market and energy transition report.
It's probably best that you come up. It's on the screen now, Councillor Smith.
Mayor Coleman, can I ask a question? And rather than me asking questions to councillors, I'd just like to have it expanded for the council and people watching the approach as far as the development of the three pillar approach.
Councillor Ring, would you like to respond? That was in the working
Yes,
group.
I can.
Thanks.
There are three approaches to renewing an economy. One is economic development, one is economic renewal, and one is economic transition. They both serve at different points in a economy's life, if you like. The ones where council can get most effect with its money is in economic renewal, economic development. Economic transition is looking at changes to labour laws, it's looking at changes to government policy, and we can advocate on that. but we need to be getting industries here. It's good to talk about steam, but you start reading papers now, you've got AI. AI is getting rid of a lot of the jobs of the future. We need jobs in the future. We need to be working to get industry here. We need to be proactive. And I've said it many times in the past in this council, the amount of rates money that we're getting from the SRV, particularly for this project, we need to see tangible results. By the end of this SRV project, this 10-year project, roughly $12 million. I want to feel that we've actually achieved something other than just reports. The report that was tabled to us again tonight, which was done previously, first 35 pages, is basically an academic review of economic theory. Once again, looking at Collie, once again, looking at overseas sites. We need a tailored approach to what's in front of us here now. Questions that I think Councillor Smith was asking about, working with the unions, working with the energy companies. That's not excluded from this approach. This is a more hands-on approach to work with them. Doesn't mean we're taking the LEAP document and shelving it. That means we're using it proactively, as we are with the Regional Economic Development Strategy, the volunteer transitioning plan that was done, to actually focus on getting businesses here. Working with groups like GreenSpot, the foundations, to get businesses here and get proactive development. We actually, as a council, moved to put money towards the growth management strategy through this allocation. And we need to do those projects. Marketing for tourism, getting people here. What is the cost of infrastructure for developing GreenSpot? How much do we need in terms of sewer? Can we stage it? Some of that work's being done, but it's got to be funded. This is the fund where it comes from. It may need an economic development officer, a different set of skills. That's an issue for the administration to deal with within the budget constraints. But we need to have the right skills working on this. Thank you.
I'll
Not
come
to
to
be-
Councillor Smith, then Councillor Fredericks.
Not to be inconsistent with what
Councillor.
Councillor Ring has said, I agree totally. We see these reports coming out from these different places, like, say, for instance, page 13 in our business paper. We have a report that's come out, and it's come from a team that's going to be was led from a team from the University of South Australia. Now, do we want to sort of diverse that far to have people outside this region telling us what we should be doing? This is why it's been suggested by these mining and power unions and industry in general to have a place on the table to actually discuss this, because they're the ones with their hands on stuff. And if you apply the two together, you can have those two with the training providers, your education partners, and the government agencies and whatever, all working together. But as a localised committee, which would be running alongside probably your LEAP group, not so much the actual LEAP mob, but the actual emerging economy committees, and working together on a basis that is on the ground level, which is going to see what we really do need, not coming from people outside of this area. And I think this is what we really want, or they wanted from the energy and the mining sector, is that they want a place at the table to be able to put this together. So this is what we're aiming at. So when I was looking at the point 3 on the original recommendation in the business paper, what was going to be added to that was basically strengthen the industry and the government cooperation, coordination with all these others, the training providers and the education partners and the government agencies, all work together, but as a local committee, similar to how we run our tourism and our sporting committees and whatever. We have people from Energy Australia, have people from Centennial, they have people come in and work with it on a ground basis. And that's basically what I would prefer to see amended and put in here.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. And Councillor Fredericks and then Councillor Statham. Councillor Fredericks.
Look, I think everyone knows my view on the whole LEAP stuff. I remembered this particular report. I'm pretty sure that's the one that went straight to the public before coming to council, which in my view is a massive no-no. Anything that goes out with a council logo attached to it should be thoroughly scoured and approved by councillors first. This may come across as offensive. I'm not aiming for it to, but I believe we've given the LEAP team too much of a leash. They are doing things, pushing things without this council's approval. We were elected by this LGA to do what is best for this LGA. Spending $1.2 million on a document and report after report after report that is anti-coal probably isn't the best way to be spending the SRV money, especially when it's causing a lot of offence to a lot of workers and a lot of companies that pay lots and lots of rates. I personally believe that we do need to tighten the leash. I don't know how we do that exactly, whether that means that we start having councillors assigned to LEAP meetings, so that way we do know what's going on in those meetings, what avenue they're looking at going down. But something has to be done, because the reports that are coming out, I don't see them being beneficial. I can see that we may be able to use them as a semi-roadmap down different
Just
avenues.
be mindful, Councillor Fredericks, when you're speaking about staff.
Yeah. But I do think that I think councillors have to start playing a bigger role in LEAP, because it's our voices, it's our names that are going to be attached to everything that comes out of LEAP. We might not be the ones writing these reports, but we are the ones that are asked to endorse them. And it is getting to the point where I do have major concerns. And I know a few councillors share those concerns. And I'm willing to work in a way of where the community's voices through us are what guides LEAP, if that makes sense to the other councillors sitting here.
Thanks, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Statham?
When Councillor Ring said there's been no tangible results, I'd like to ask 1.1 million every year, how many years has LEAP been going? Just so that I get my information correct.
Through you, General Manager?
Through you, Mayor, since the 1st of July 2023.
Thank you. I thought it was July, but I wasn't sure. I knew it was after the financial year, but I wasn't sure which year for sure. I condone what Councillor Smith has said. We've got some high-flying businesses in our area, and the two most, well, I guess, beneficial to us is the power industry and the coal industry, whether we like it or not. That's what it is. And I condone also what Councillor Frederick said. We as councillors have not got the information. We were getting information from the previous General Manager and Martin Rush. Things were going quite well. But I have heard so many different conversations about this particular LEAP program, and now we're in the middle of a crisis, one of the biggest crises Lithgow's ever been through with the situation on the roads. I think we should be putting all our money and all our energy into getting the road fixed before you think you're going to get people here and get businesses. We want businesses here. We want developments, and we want people to come here and stay and have a family here and also raise their children here. But what are we offering them? We can't afford $1 million every year. Is this going to council? Who is this going to? Councillor Ring, would you please, through the chair, speak on that?
This program was put together when you were mayor, I understand.
Yes, that's
Initially it was $1.09 million out of the rate increase. That's obviously adjusted as per increases each year. By the end of the 10-year program of the SRV, you're looking at roughly $12 million. So what else did you want to know?
I'm not saying another word.
Councillor Evangelides?
Can I suggest that no one on this council is more experienced than the LEAP team in their recruited role? They are more committed and qualified than any of us. These guys are dealing with the big end of town. I have full confidence in the team. You've got to follow through with things like this. We've done what other councils have not done. That will be recognised. if you want any chance of how Collie benefited from the government, LEAP is our best bet. No one here can do it apart from professional, experienced people. And that costs money. But if you don't do it, some other council is going to do it, and they're going to get their bit first. This was budgeted with a special rate variation. You've got to follow it through. I've got full confidence in them. If people can't see the vision, they're worrying about, wasting money here and there. When the big money comes, if it comes, at least we're prepared for it. So I support what the LEAP team are doing.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Any further debate on this matter? I'm just going to mention I have a matter arising after this. Sorry, Councillor Marnie.
I'll speak to this. Yes, I understand the concerns about LEAP. I've expressed concerns from its beginning, but I don't want to have thrown the baby out with the bathwater moment. To imply that LEAP's done nothing is a misrepresentation. It may not have done all the things people wanted to do, but an important part that it's currently undertaking is the growth plan, which includes employment land planning, LEP preparational planning, and people have heard me speak to this endlessly since I got
Point of order, just to clarify, it's not the LEAP team that's doing this. This is the planning.
It's the LEAP funding that has provided this pathway. So I'll accept what you're saying. There's not the LEAP team, but this planning is critical. Those people who know me know how importantly I see the housing strategy. The housing strategy is finally on its way to arriving. You can't plan for growth in the future without planning for how people are going to live and work and play in our community. We haven't got missing pieces of planning which are long overdue. So we've got to be careful not just to capture it in that is a blob of money that seems to do not much. I acknowledge what Councillor Smith has spoken to, that probably the most industry affected group in the current times are the power and mining industry. And one of the big risks for us is we talk about them as an abstract third party, that they're not actually people. They're not people we know that we interact with on a day-to-day basis. They're our neighbours. They're all part of our community. They're part of all our clubs and activities. They are facing the biggest challenge of an economically just outcome out of this process. And I can understand why Councillor Smith's raised the issue of the importance of having the union and the industry sector present in these conversations. I don't think Councillor Ring's in any way against that. And I think there's conversations going on in the public meeting, which is here and now, which the community aren't necessarily privy to. So we'll have a conversation in the emerging economy meeting, which may be a very robust, it may be a far-reaching conversation, but it's not making its way back into the public conversation here in the decision-making forum, which is our council meeting. There's bits in this report that I think are really critical that we do proceed with. I do believe we need to advocate for a college-style place-based transition. I think that it's clear that people want to see a labour market roadmap which is covering all the labour market sectors. Yes, I'll talk on behalf of a lot of sectors that might only employ 5 or 6% of our community, but we want every sector to be increased and our economy diversified as much as we can. I think we've got a serious problem when 20% of our rateable income is sitting in one industry group, which the report talks to. And this is why I think the report needs to be in the public conversation. We're talking about close times that are sitting between 25 and 2035. As far as I remember, 2025 just passed me by. We've basically got some figures where those people working in the power industry with a closure at 2035 will only see the 58-year-olds get through to retirement age. The people who go to 2040, if it goes to 2040, we're only looking at the 53-year-olds. I'm not sure what we're saying to the 30 to 35-year-old apprentices at that point who joined as young people who are now have an industry that's folding in front of them. If we don't have an economically just pathway, if through public policy or the decision of those industry groups that we close on those timelines, we've got some significant problems. Now, I know I may even almost call a point of order on myself. I know I'm talking a little bit away from the intent of Councillor Ring, and he's been very patient not to maybe try and get me back on track. But
can we get him back on track?
Yeah. But this is a conversation, and this is exactly what and many of the councillors are talking to, that we need to be having this conversation in our community, and people want to see some visibility, and the industry sector wants to be part of that very important conversation. So I understand where that's coming from. So I thank the councillors for their indulgence if I've sort of strayed a bit from where the point in front of us from Councillor Ring, but I just can't go by without not making those points. Do I support the LEAP program in economic development? Yes, I do. Is it meeting the needs of our community and our industry sectors? Probably not in all areas, but I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater and characterise it purely as an empty vessel that nothing's going on in there, because that's not what I'm seeing. So I'll leave my commentary at that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further? Councillor Tyson?
I think you move with the mover and the seconder. If I can move a point 3, which is, it is titled The Next Steps. Council invite LEAP to provide a report to Council on the impacts of the long-term closure of the Great Western Highway. I think it's timely that that needs to be included in this motion as well if we're talking about the future.
Councillor Ring?
Yeah, I got that.
I'll second that.
We're happy to take it on.
Thank you. If I may speak to it, it's just that this has come up in between meetings anyway, and reality is, with only one road, I mean, the expectations are that it's going to be long. There's no doubt about that. I mean, we just can't hide the fact that it's going to be whether it's a year, 2 years, or 10 years, we don't know. But we need to be, if we're going to plan, and we've got the money for the next, I think, 7.5 years of this program, we need to be ready for it. So I think it's something that can come in under their banner, and I think it's appropriate that because we've only got that one way in and out, and if you're talking about businesses wanting to develop in the Central West, given the troubles with what's happening out in the Central West at the moment with oversize, overmass, and big industry and those sort of things that may wish to come here, without the two roads open, it's going to be very, very difficult for them to set up shop and come to this area or come past us and move out to the Central West. So I think it's appropriate to get their thoughts on it so we can start planning now if there is an issue or there are some remedies that we can pass on to the task force for the Great Western Highway.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. I'm just going to make a comment in regards to that. We have got $8 billion worth of proposals from the state government coming through, whether they eventuate or not is here or there. But how are they going to get a workforce through if we don't have a corridor, a highway corridor? It's just extraordinary. Any further commentary? Councillor Fredericks?
Just to clarify, with the SRV, I assumed that the LEAP budget was coming out of the transitioning percentage of it. So is it the LEAP budget that was paying for the JMS, or was it the transitioning budget that was paying for the JMS?
I'll have to get someone to answer that. So who can Director Browning, can you answer that? Yep.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, the transition management allocation is the LEAP allocations, one and the same.
Okay, if there's no further debate, I'll give Councillor Ring right a reply.
Okay, first, in relation to the issues raised by Councillor Smith, he actually moved the motion earlier in this term, which saw a committee created in the last council as a governing oversight body for the implementation of the LEAP document, to include the Mayor, myself, and Councillor Goodwin. It just never met. It had members from the industries that you're talking about, and that is where we should be meeting. We need that to be implemented. We need it to happen now, not later. As councillors, in relation to some of the issues that Councillor Frederick raised, we set the strategy, we set the policy, we have the final say on the budget. The administration, they develop the budget, but if we're not happy with it, we don't have to accept the full budget. We can modify. It's up to the staff to implement the strategies and the policies that we adopt. The staff that we currently have working in this sphere have not prepared the LEAP document. They have not prepared the document before us, and I have no criticism or with their work. I do disagree with approaches. That's what we're here for. We're here to challenge the administration at every step to get the best outcome for our community. And LEAP, as Councillor Fredericks asked, LEAP is funded through the transition funds. And I have raised before in meetings that the transition fund can also be used, if needed, potentially to fund some of the roadworks. I'm not saying we necessarily do that, but given our tight situation, so lost of 7.2 million, if we need to throw another $500,000 at roads in 1 year, I have no problem with that. That's our decision. In relation to some of the issues that Councillor Marnie raised, we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. What we're saying is the LEAP document is a good document, but it is based in structural change, which is not a role or function of local councils. We can advocate. We need to be directing our resources to where we can get tangible benefits, and that includes making sure that we fund things such as the growth management strategy. We get the LEP right. Councillor Statham can to attest with the first time it was done, particularly with the rural land study that was done. That was an extremely heated exercise and very vicious at times. It wasn't a pleasant exercise, but we need to get it right. We have a document, we make decisions. We can review LEAP every year, supposedly that's part of the plan, but we can review anything. We can keep it, we can throw it out, we can pull out what we consider to be relevant. I respect Councillor Evangelita's views, but we don't employ experts. We employ competent staff. I don't think Collie is basically, it's held up as here's the picture boy or picture girl for change. The situation of Collie, the economies, the political structure, everything is entirely different to what we experience. Yes, we may learn something from it, but it's the same as pulling out examples from Europe. Community are tired. The business community are tired of seeing no real action. This isn't killing the document off. This is taking us into an approach which the administration have, over lots of discussions and lots of heated discussion, have come back to us and said, yeah, we think this approach is the best way to go. We note the document. Is there stuff that we can use in it? We use it. If there's not, so be it. But we need to be working hard to get runs on the ground. Councillor Smith has been to LEAP meetings, and some of the comments from business owners that he knows have not been very flattering, to say the least. We need to get a direction that the community is comfortable with. And in the preparation of a LEAP document, this is one of its biggest failures, and I've said this numerous times. It did not bring the business community or the broader community along for the ride. Consultation was minimal. Hence, it has no sense of ownership in the community, and people aren't comfortable with it. We need to pull out what's going to work for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll put the motion
Point of clarification, Mayor. In number 3, it should be council invite LEAP to provide, not council administration.
Oh,
It was to go to LEAP.
Sorry, the administration, LEAP's part of the administration. They're not a distinct unit.
councillors, they are part of the administration, so that's fine, Councillor Tyson.
I want LEAP to do it.
So council administration, we'll put
Invite LEAP.
invite LEAP, just put that there. I mean, that saves arguments. Welcome. It's all good. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. I have a matter arising. If we can have that up, please. I'm currently moving that council is committed to supporting the coal mining and thermal power worker community through energy change, that a working group is established between the Mining and Energy Union and Council administration to explore opportunities. If I could have a seconder, Councillor Marnie, you're seconding it. The reason for this is that I did have the Mining Energy Union did come and see me, Councillor Smith, and it's important that we support our coal mining workers and power workers into the future. And I think it's really important that they do have a seat at the table. And the table needs to be the Mining Energy Union, who represents the workers, and council administration. I'm also prepared to explore that we also have the union that represents the thermal power workers as well. So I think that's also important. So that's why I'm putting it forward. And I'll leave it at that. Councillor Marnie?
Mayor, I'm happy to support this. As I stated previously, this is obviously a industry and workforce sector that's most impacted by potential changes. I think it's important that their voice is part of it. Noting the discussion in the previous item where, in regard to the oversight committee, I'm happy to support a specialised or a focus group to also be involved in this conversation. And this needs to be, and it's part of why I supported Councillor Ring's amendment, that this three-pillar approach needs to involve the industry sector. So I thank the Mayor for bringing this forward, and I think that gives greater focus for that industry sector and their workers.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate? Councillor Bing, and then I'll come to you, Councillor Fredericks.
I'm glad you brought this up, because in the first term of council, I was certain that we had a resolution supporting the coal mining and thermal power industries moving into the future, regardless of what was happening in the broader world. I believe you looked into that and couldn't find it. It may have been in one of the early regional economic development strategy documents, but I do remember we discussed it in council, and it is appropriate that we do support workers in these industries moving forward. It is critical. I'm still not convinced Mount Piper will shut in 2040, given what's happened with Eraring, given the world energy crisis, given a whole number of factors. And it can't shut unless the government approves it being closed. We need to support the staff. There's also a document that has just come out recently by the government on the coal mining industry that it actually restricts a lot of new development. I think it'd be good if we can bring that to the next emerging economy meeting to discuss, so we can get a position on it. Because if we do, there are still active leases here that haven't been fully developed yet. And if there is a need for it, we shouldn't be cutting off our nose to spite our face. We all know our coal is clean once it goes past the equator. That's why we sell it overseas, because we make a lot of money for our government. But we need to be supporting our industries here. They're part of our community. Having a specialised working group, not a problem. Let's just do it.
Thank you. Just for the minute taker, the seconder was Councillor Marnie. Councillor Fredericks.
Are you able to elaborate on what the working group will be made of?
It'll be the Mining Energy Union representatives, which represent their workers, and the administration, which I'll leave to the administration. They can come back and make a decision on that. Why, you want to suggest something? A councillor?
I would like to suggest for a councillor or two to actually be involved in that, because we are the voice of the community.
Absolutely, I'm happy to take that board. So are you happy for myself to be in part of that?
Yeah, I'm happy for you or anyone.
Okay,
if
so
any councillor wants to raise their hand. And
well, I'm happy to be involved in that. And the deputy mayor is happy to be involved. Are you satisfied with that?
Yeah,
and Councillor Miff would like to be involved as well.
Yeah,
so are you happy with it? And Councillor Friday. So
like it's this could actually be something that, because what we learned from that, we can also push over into the LEAP team as well.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's an open-ended.
So just leave it at councillors. We'll just leave it at Mining Energy Union and Council Administration and councillors, and then we'll explore that part later if you like, because I don't need to be involved with this three of you. Do you know what I mean? I'm happy to delegate, that opportunity. Councillor Munn?
I would suggest the Mayor and Deputy Mayor need to be on the committee. I would also be supportive of other councillors attending those meetings. And like all of our other committees, they're open to us as a councillor group.
Yeah.
And I think we maintain that. But I think, given the significance of the issue, I certainly think the Mayor and Deputy Mayor need to be part of it.
Yep, I'm happy to say councillors on it. Yep, thank you. Councillor Statham? Did you want to? Yeah, right.
I've got a
Okay.
question then.
Councillor Tysus?
Thank you, Mayor. Is there any thought to actually inviting the companies as well? Or is it just basically the unions and the council? Why do we not bring in the owners of the?
Yeah, no, I'm happy to put that in.
Because I think we're all in it together, and
No, I'm happy
if
to
the company
include
and the
that.
unions get together, I'm keen to find out.
We just don't want it to be as bigger than Ben-Hur, that's all,
Well,
Councillor
I
Tysus.
don't-
But I'm happy to include the company. So we'll
Yeah.
say establish a working group between the Mining Energy
Like
Union,
Mount Piper,
Council Administration,
The owners
councillors,
of Mount Piper and
and that would be Energy
local coal mine.
Australia, and that would be Centennial Coal. And I'm not quite sure. And the union that represent the energy workers, what is that actually called? Do we know? It's the same thing. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we'll include that. Yep, happy to do that. Councillor Statham?
Yes, I think also Talus. We can't.
Well, this is
without-
about coal miners and power workers, so
Yeah, but they're also big business.
I know we can deal with them.
Ferrero
I'll
and-
take that on board, and we'll deal with that separately.
Ferrero and Talus would be very offended if they weren't included.
Yep.
With respect to what, if I may, with what Councillor Statham raised, my memory, and I could be wrong, Tallis was involved with the broader governance committee, so that they do have a seat at the table.
Yeah, they do. Thank you for reminding us, Councillor Ring. All right, if we've got all that, any further debate? No, I don't need a right of reply. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We move on to 2.2, investment report, February 2026. And we've got a recommendation in front of us, councillors. What's the will of the council?
Happy to move that, Mayor.
Happy to move that, Councillor Marnie. Can I have a second? Councillor Fredericks has got her hand up. Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Marnie?
Just a couple of points. I think it's important that we review these each month as they come through. There's critical activities going on. We're noting the significant increase in cash in council's bank account, going from 582,000 roughly to 4.7, almost 4.8 million, and also additional 2 million going into our investment portfolio. So, noting the sort of undulating nature of cash flowing through councils, I'm going to again turn to Director Browning, and just so that us as a council group, I'm no accountant, so I'm not pretending to be a financial expert, can continue to provide us with an understanding of what's happening there. So if I could ask through you, Mayor, please, for Councillor Browning to explain.
Director Browning.
Director, sorry. Unless you want to go down a pathway later, I'd advise against it, but if you wouldn't mind answering it, please.
Director Browning.
About the variability of the cash flow. Yeah. So obviously in the February one, we had the rates instalments due. There was some cash that were received through grant funding. So there were some reports written and the grant funding came through. So obviously that can be not so much the rates instalments, but the grants can be highly variable, as well as large significant capital projects. So that can cause high variability in cash flow. So February, obviously being a rates instalment month, means that we see an improvement in the cash basis.
Thank you, Director Browning. The other point, and I reiterate this each time we go through, again, the reports it's very valuable that it's clearly identified where these funds are coming from. So when we're having conversations in the community, it's a bit easier to talk about how these projects are funded. I note the 123,000 for the December and January electricity bill. I suppose the challenge for us as an organisation, we've either got to increase our income or decrease our costs. I'd be interested in the thinking that's going into, is there any pathways to reducing our electricity consumption pathway, whether there's opportunities to look at other options, whether we look at renewable options as part of that power energy source. So I suppose I'm putting that out as a challenge for us and the staff, and also just noting that there's that 918 of council's working capital, and it's still not a significant amount of money, and there still needs to be that discipline shown by us as councillors when we put forward propositions, but obviously also it's a challenge for the administration. So again, I thank you for the report.
Thank you, Councillor Minor. Councillor Fredericks?
I'm very thankful for the actual breakdown of what is being funded. For instance, the Waggon Valley being DRFA funded, growth management, SRV. Although I would like just to reiterate, are we doing better financially where we can start doing projects again, or are we still in that sticky position where projects are still going to have to be delayed?
Councillor Miney's got me saying it. Director Browning?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. There's a stability I would like to see in that working capital. So I've outlined in the report I'd like to see it at $1 million stable for 3 months. We're not continuing to defer any projects, and in one of the further reports we have a recommendation because we found alternative funding sources for one project to be reinstated. So we are looking at other funding alternatives in terms of trying to bring some of those projects back. At this stage, we're being careful still. We've got the same measures in place, but we're not looking to defer any other projects at this stage.
Thank you, Councillor Frederick. Councillor Chassis?
I gather from that answer you're talking about new projects. So you've indicated you've deferred some projects. You're not doing those, but you're not deferring any additional projects.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, we've got one we're looking to bring back that was deferred. Yeah.
Could I just ask another question? I understand from, I think it was the last meeting or the one before, it was indicated that the Office of Local Government was going to visit the council in regards to our financials. Is there an update on what concerns or otherwise they may have had, or did we get a 5-star report?
I'll take that question and hand it over to the General Manager.
Through you, Mayor Coleman. We had an open discussion with the Office of Local Government, that is myself, Director Browning, and representatives of their performance unit. The representatives from the Office of Local Government clearly stated that this is what they do. They talk to many councils throughout the state. When they pick things up, they receive the quarterly budget review statements, for example. So they're very aware, and it's a good way for them to gain further information on any issues. As we know, financial sustainability is an issue through councils in New South Wales and throughout Australia. It's the number one risk for councils, which has been acknowledged in the annual JLT, or Insurers Their Risk Report. So we talked it through, we gave them information. They didn't request anything further at this stage. I'll just check if Director Browning has anything to add.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, it's more of an offer for assistance as well. So it's to try and provide support and just to make sure we kept in the loop. And they were also asking for an update on the outstanding rates issue, which obviously has been resolved.
Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Ring?
I have a question for you to Director Browning, if I may.
Yes.
I was going to ask what an appropriate level of working capital. She's answered that. And for 3 months for it to be stable, we're not quite there. How volatile is our economic position? I'm sorry, but we've had a good cash month coming in. We're going to be putting money out. How volatile is the situation? Because if we start asking, we want this repaired here, we want something done, something else has got to go. I think we have to be very disciplined as councillors in understanding the constraints on us and just working with the budgets are allocated at the moment, programs are in place. If we have projects for next year, put them up and they can go into the multi-pot. But just how volatile is our position? Director
Browning?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. It's very tenuous at the moment. We've obviously got the macroeconomic conditions at the moment that are arising with the fuel price issue. Also, we've had notification of issues in relation to bitumen supplies to the point where they're actually talking about prioritising where the allocations go. So obviously that will have a significant impact on our roads projects. We're already recalculating some figures for next year's budget because of the fuel issue, because as most people would be aware, that's a critical piece of inflation, and that will drive a lot of our contract increases. There's significant contracts that have rise and fall within them. Director Edgecombe has advised me that some of the tenders that we've recently considered have already had submissions for increases relating to fuel costs. So yes, we got some hard decisions to make going forward, and we already had some significant challenges that we're already addressing in terms of the flood grants issue, which we're still continuing to advocate.
Thank you. One more question, if I may. What flexibility is there in using the SRV allocations more broadly to assist us in the next financial year?
Director Browning?
You can take it on notice.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, I think with some of them there's some flexibility between asset classes as long as the outcomes are being achieved. We always have to keep in mind what was agreed to, and we would have to communicate to the community if we were to change the purpose away from those outcomes aligned in the application.
Thank you. No more questions.
Thank you. Any further debate on this topic? Councillor Fredericks, you've got a question?
Just to clarify for the community who probably don't understand how the bitumen is now an issue to do with what's going on overseas, it is because bitumen is a primarily byproduct of oil refinery, correct? And with the issue overseas, it's harder to get bitumen into the country.
That's very good. Thank you for spelling that out. That's great. Any further? No? I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Okay. Thank you, councillors. We're up to 2.4, 6 month Oh, sorry, I missed one. How did I get that? Sorry, thank you. 2.3, review of investment
Move
policy.
recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. Is there a seconder?
No, I've got a separate.
You're going to move something else. Okay.
I've already passed it up to the bench. The recommendations that council includes in its 8.7 investment policy, the addition of section 16 liquidity, and with other minor changes about the revised. Adopt the revised investment policy for immediate implementation. Number 2, as a council's Director of Finance and Governance, include in each monthly investment report the following statement. Council is able/unable to meet its ability to meet its short-term financial obligations effectively as at, and then the end date of whatever the particular month is, the number of months of the general fund expenses that the council can meet with the available cash was number of months, 1.56, whatever it may be, which is above/below the current known average of the number of months, etc., for New South Wales regional councils. And I'll move that recommendation.
Is there a seconder? Councillor Fredericks.
Thank you, Mayor. If I may speak to it. In the Intentus financial report, it talked about council liquidity, and the result from the last financial year was that there was a decline in the number of months of general fund expenses council can meet with available cash. As at the 30th of June 25, this was 1.5 months, which is lower than the average of 7 months for regional councils. Now, we have this investment report at every council meeting. which is we're quite grateful for. But I think Councillor Ring spoke earlier about the fact that 1 minute it's unsatisfactory and the next minute it's satisfactory. But that doesn't really give us an indication, and then we've got to ask questions of what the council liquidity is. So I think if we're going to review the policy and change it, particularly in regards to the council liquidity, then I think it's only appropriate that we have a statement each month to go with it in regards to what it may or may not be, so that we've got an idea of how we're travelling in simple terms rather than the word satisfactory or unsatisfactory in regards to what the amount of money may be, so that there's no surprises the 30th of June or when in December we finally get the financial statements from the accountants. And I move that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson. Councillor Fredericks?
I only seconded it so it was open for debate.
Oh, that's very good of you.
Saves you from doing it.
Director Browning, I'm very curious. Is this actually possible?
Through Mayor Coleman, the average, because obviously it changes in a point in time, that data isn't, it's only done at the end of year in terms of some of the calculation inputs to that calculation. Also, we wouldn't be able to get the state, the government, the other councils' averages because there's no legislative requirement to report in that manner. We can certainly look at something that looks at being able to address additional information in terms of liquidity, but in terms of using that particular ratio, there's a lot of end of year calculations that come into that, and we wouldn't be able to access it. We could use it against the benchmark, but in terms of what the other councils are achieving, we wouldn't be able to get that information, particularly on a monthly basis.
If I could suggest that I'd be quite happy to see that if it, as of the 30th of June, the average, which is what the auditors told us, if that was just in there anyway, like if the 7 months was put in there 12 times for the next year, then it can change from the following year. So in other words, we've got as the last annual year, it was 7, that's okay, but we're measuring against 7 basically of what the average was for the previous year or whatever's known. I'd be quite happy with that. I'm not asking you to go and do all the research, but I'd certainly like the research on the fact that we're travelling it instead of satisfactory, unsatisfactory. We've definitely got a marker of what it may be. So at least you know whether you're travelling well, and we know whether, in simple terms, we're travelling well.
So would you like to simplify your motion then, Councillor Tyson?
Which is lower than the last, if I can say that, last recognised average of 7 months. I'm quite happy with what I've indicated.
So we just want to simplify
A question, Mayor, for you to Councillor Tyson. Would it be simpler just to ask for a statement of liquidity of how many months the current, at the end of each month, how many months moving forward?
I'll just withdraw the last bit in regards to it. I'll just ask the councils.
You're just going to move point 1? Or how?
Yeah, I'm just taking out the average.
So you're moving council include,
which is above below the current shown average of for regional council.
So okay. So you're taking the last 1, 2, 3 lines.
Yeah, thank you.
Righto. Okay. We'll just wait for that.
After the available cash.
Oh, that's fine.
A full stop after which, the last which.
All right. While the minute taker's doing that, who would like to speak on this matter? Councillor Ring?
With that change, I've got no problem with it. It's just was an indicator for councillors on what our cash means in terms of our liquidity. I think as long as it's simple, it's going to change each month. We're going to have months which are cash in months, and then months where we pay out significant amounts of money. Just as an indicator, I'm prepared to trial it and see how it goes.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor Marnie?
Have we got? Oh, thank you. Okay, it's come up. Okay. All I'll ask is to the director, is this deliverable or not?
That's my question.
Because I don't want to support propositions that are going to build a workload that may not give substantial additional clarity to us. So I just want to be confident that it's deliverable.
I'll just speak. I'll get
and I'll put that through you, Mayor.
Yeah. General Manager, would you like to respond, please?
Through you, Mayor. So what's reported at the 30th of June each year is based on actuals. What we're talking about here is trying to come up with a forecast of what we expect for coming months as I read it. The number of months of general fund expenses that council can meet with available cash, because that varies month to month. If we're saying we're trying to predict what the next 1.5, 6 months is, that is particularly difficult. We can estimate it, but we'd have to be making assumptions to do that. If I'm
Okay,
reading
well, I
the
appreciate that answer, and I'll
recommendation correctly.
thank you, Jed. I think it's important, if we're going to go for a detail, we need to be confident in that detail. Now, I know a little bit about phasing of budgets and know a little bit about project delivery. You can have advances on projects where you're putting money out in advance of your timing, or they may in fact get delayed. So if there's assumptions being made, I'm not sure whether it's a useful figure for an accurate reflection of our position. So I just need some convincing that this tool will add value. I appreciate the thought that Councillor Tice has put into it, but I just need to be convinced that A, we're not building a body of work that is surrounded in assumptions and then may in fact present a picture of where we're going that's not quite correct anyway. So
I'd like to move an amendment, if I may.
Councillor Ring, your amendment, please.
I'd like to change point 2 to that the investment report format is referred to the next available Finance Committee to discuss how it can be made more useful in the information provided to councillors. I think Councillor Tice can zoom into the meeting if he wishes. I know that he travels. Committee
Just
meetings.
need a seconder, Councillor Ring.
That's right.
Councillor Marnie, you're seconding that?
yeah,
Okay,
second.
sorry.
Councillor Tice can zoom into it. We can discuss it in detail. We can see what's practical, what's not practical, and we can see exactly what information that we want. It's only a month. It comes back. It can be debated again. But let's have a look at what information we can get, and it may be a more general discussion on cash, not just on the investments. But let's look at it and have a really in-depth discussion, which we can't do in this meeting.
Councillor Marnie,
I actually think that's a good suggestion.
Point of order.
what's your point of order?
My point of order is that I'm quite happy to accept this at a point 3.
Okay, well that solves that argument. So if Councillor Tice is happy to accept it and Councillor Fredericks as the seconder is happy to accept it, then it can be absorbed in the original motion.
I'm also quite happy to, if the council wishes, the word assumption, or I'm not holding it, that can be also put in number 2. Is it assumption the word, or is it some other word that you're using in regards to estimated, or
General
which
Manager,
word do you want?
estimated is the advice I'm getting.
Was estimated before the last in brackets number of months.
Okay, so estimated. Yeah, Director Browning.
The other alternative is we could compare it to average expenditure. So average monthly expenditure over a certain time period is another way we could look at it.
Yeah, so estimated is, yeah, and you're absorbing number 3. Right, okay, so that saves that. That's great. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Tice, you'd like a right reply?
Yeah, just to clarify that all I'm looking for is that in the last few months we've had the word unsatisfactory in bold, underlined, then we've got satisfactory with a whole lot of money because the rates have all come back in and some late payments have been made. It's an easy way to understand it, what satisfactory and unsatisfactory is, and at least we're comparing it to what the accountants are telling us, so that we've got an idea that what the expectations are. So that's the only reason for it, and we're putting it in the council investment policy. So I think we need to just clarify what we're trying to get out of that council liquidity issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tice. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you. We move on to 2.4. which is 6-month progress report,
I'd
July
like to
to
move
December.
that, thank you.
You're moving the recommendation, Councillor Ring?
I am.
Okay, is there a seconder? Councillor Marnie, thank you. Councillor Ring?
I do have several questions. It is a good report. I was very impressed with the standard. I only found 3 typos in it. The first question is, can you please advise on the impact of staffing levels on the provision of ranger services and environmental compliance during the first 6 months of this year and the current staffing levels?
Director Elwood, please.
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. Yes, the council has been in a difficult position in the first 6 months of the reported year, and the main implication for that is the limited pool of suitably qualified applicants that we have been able to or tried to source through multiple recruiting efforts for roles for providing our ranger services and also our environmental health services. This year, we have made appointments for a second environmental health officer, which has been great, and we are moving towards additional ranger services with a new appointment as well. So our main messaging for that, councillor, is that we are waiting until we get the appropriate candidates with the appropriate skills that we require to bring our services up to the standard that we want.
Thank you.
Councillor Ring, you've got further questions?
Yep. Second question is, what is the cost to council of maintaining the buildings listed on page 85 of 140? I'm happy with this to be taken on notice and be reported back to the next Finance and Infrastructure committees.
Happy for us to take that on notice?
I'm happy with that to be taken on notice and to be brought back to one of the committee meetings.
Okay, that's great. And any further questions?
Oh, yeah. I'd like to know, and I haven't put the page reference in and I apologise, what is the time frame for moving staff out of the Hartley building? Sure. I'm sorry, but I want a time frame of putting the staff into WHS compliant buildings.
Okay, who wants to take this? The Director Elwood or the General Manager?
Oh, the General Manager, go on.
So Director Elwood's going to take it?
We can take it on notice.
We will take that on notice, councillor.
Thank you, Director Elwood.
Councillor Ring?
I'll have more. Can you please advise on the cost of maintaining and upgrading the Jim Robson Centre discussed on page 93 of 140? Once again, I'm happy to take that on notice and for it to come back to an infrastructure and finance committee meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Any further?
Yes, page 97 of 140. With respect to the Bowenfields Gun Emplacement Safety Improvement Program, can you advise what the alternatives to fencing off the site are? And can a detailed report be tabled at both the Infrastructure and Finance Committee meetings?
Director Elwood? Take that on notice? I'm getting that. Take that on notice.
That's fine. I would like to point out that those guns were put there to protect the small arms factory, so if we lose it, there's no point having the guns, so we can get rid of a lot of problems in one hit.
Councillor Ring?
Page 119 of 140. Note that adjustments will be made to the long-term financial plan because of the community strategic plan. What other factors need to be taken into consideration were not there in the last 6 months? I know we're looking at the past 6 months, but we're overdue with the long-term financial plan. I understand the reasons why. But we've got the war in Iran, Victoria Pass, and now we're talking about inflation exceeding 5%. So is there anything else?
Director Elwood? Or
Yes, Director
Browning?
Elwood, please answer the question.
Director Elwood or Director Browning? Which one? Brown.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, definitely, like you said, the inflationary pressures in the macro environment has certainly popped up since the last, it's been in the last month really. So, and that will have a substantial impact on our modelling requirements. Also, the supply of bitumen, it's likely to result in project delays, which will lead to cost escalation. So the projects, when they finally get delivered, will be more expensive, but also the conditions that are in place will also deteriorate the road further. So there'll be a lot of recalculation of the roads program that has been done, but also those flow-on effects into the long-term financial plan. Additionally, what was the cost of living crisis will only deepen. So obviously money available in terms of both income generation will also be impacted.
Thank you, Director. That was a very succinct answer.
Councillor Ring?
Yeah, I'd just like to highlight some points out of the document. On page 10 of 140, I'm really delighted that Council will now be the convener of the Lithgow interagency group meetings. This is an important forum for dealing with a raft of social issues that impact on our residents. On page 11, as a direct consequence of Council's Health Working Party, the Community and Culture Division successfully delivered the first Lithgow Health Dialogue in July 2025. There's still a lot of work to be undertaken in this area, but congratulations to the staff who organised this. It was a very good event. And on page 12 of 140, the work being undertaken on the homeless protocol for Council is long overdue. This is a critical piece of work we need the broader community to understand. The reasons for homelessness, the different types of homelessness, and the constraints on dealing with homelessness. It's not just a case of moving someone on. Homeless people have rights and they have to be dealt with respect. So we need that protocol in place and we need to fully understand it. Other than that, I think it's a great report and the Council, under difficult circumstances, has actually done a good job. Not that I'm surprised, of course.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie, please.
I won't talk to this in any depth, only just to note again the importance of the growth management strategy and its contents. And I particularly thank Councillor Ring for his thoughts on homelessness. It's as much about ensuring people have home and housing that they require, not just what they can get. Sleeping in a very old caravan in someone's backyard as your home may be a choice, but for a lot of people it's not. And there's an increasingly family members, friends are returning to homes based to take up whatever housing they can. And we've got to be always visible of that. And I appreciate Councillor Ring's highlight.
Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Statham?
Just one short, simple statement. Councillor Ring's idea of, I don't know how he explained it, the gun emplacements. Please don't feel like that. That is a tourism attraction. We need to be able to, the upkeep for the gun emplacements would be very little. Mowing, and I can't see that it would go over very well with the public. A lot of people are very proud of those gun emplacements.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Ring?
Right, a reply.
Yeah, happy.
Just to point out, I was saying that tongue-in-cheek. I was trying to highlight the fact that this council didn't support the listing of the state heritage listing of small arms factory site. It was tongue-in-cheek.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. We move on to 2.5 skid steer lease and purchase contract. We have a recommendation in front of us.
Mayor, could I propose for us just to have a 10-minute break? Because
Yeah,
we've been at this for nearly 2 hours.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We usually move by exception. We'll do this one and then after that, okay? So I've got a recommendation in front of us. Would someone
Happy to move.
Happy to move that?
Yep.
Can I have a seconder?
I'll second, but I actually have a number of questions in relation to it, which will depend on whether or not I support it or not.
Okay. Well, I'm going to second it because if you
That's good. You second it and I'll ask
questions. You can ask your questions. So, Councillor Money?
Okay, just a couple of quick points. When the SRV was put in place, one of the things we talked about from time to time is about improving capacity of our workforce to deliver efficient outcomes. And I appreciate the report from Director Edgecombe and Mr. Creelman in regard to this. There's a couple of things I like about it. I would have hoped that maybe at the end of the 6 months that we were in a position to purchase rather than go to a second lease. However, I understand that we've also asked as a council that that we show some discipline around expenditure while we're in some challenging financial positions. The other point I particularly like about this is there seems to be a genuine workforce engagement where we're actually trying to match the equipment against the task in front of them, and I'd like to see more of that in our decision making, that it goes down into the grassroots of the workforce to achieve this. Now I know we will get a savings if negotiated of 98,000, but our roads programs need us to invest in our people. They need us to invest in appropriate plant and invest in the programs to do this and get the right people into the job. So equipping them to get on with the job, I actually like a lot about this report. Albeit I would have liked us to be in a better position, maybe to have gone directly to a purchase after the 6-month lease.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Yeah, I think this is a great option. We're hiring it instead of purchasing it. We're looking at making sure that we're considered with our cash flow, because we do have concerns in that space. So I think this is a great outcome for both the council and the community. I'll hand over to any further debate. Councillor Ing.
Yeah, the report confuses me. Based on the report, total cost of this equipment for the first 6 months, $249,500. This is all ex-GST, the figures I'll be giving. Then another 6 months at $226,500, a total cost of $476,050. And that's with a saving of $98,000. Now, I don't know a lot about this equipment. I have worked with plant crews in national parks various periods of time, but I did an AI search on this package, on the model, and AI is definitely not infallible, and it's very questionable at the best of times. But what I got was, depending on the condition, for a used, and this had 260 hours on it, for a used system, you're looking at 190 to 240,000. Now, I looked at an AI search for the skids, the new, 175,000 to 210,000, plus attachments, 65 to 85,000, 8.5 to 13,600. New, 248,000 to 308,600. Now I'm saying these are accurate figures. This is just what I pulled up on. Is this a good price what we're paying? Is it a market price? Is this equipment critically needed at this point? We bought it for 6 months for a trial. I get that the staff are engaged and it's useful. But is this value for money? I just need to understand, if it is value for money, are the figures totally off that I got out of AI? And they probably are. But what is the actual figure of buying this equipment brand new?
Director Edgecombe.
Thank you, Mayor Coleman. I would argue that this equipment is critical for the council to consider. There's been several references throughout the debate tonight that our roads are in poor condition. We're aware of that. We're acutely aware of that. We're more aware of it than we ever have been. But we're also aware that we have about a $20 million shortfall over 6 to 8 years to address that backlog. One of the means to address that backlog is raising revenue, but there is a second means of making efficiencies and delivering work smarter, cheaper, more efficiently. This is that second option. We've considered and deferred the option to take out additional revenue to support the roads program, and that was a sound decision made with respect to our financial position. But we're now doing everything we can to operate within our means and deliver the greatest value across our LGA with the equipment and the people that we have. This machine it's not just the broom, it also includes a profiler, and that's perhaps one of the most expensive attachments for it.
Sorry, with respect, I do appreciate that, and I appreciate you coming. I'm more concerned about the actual cost. And I do appreciate the profiling and its all those issues. It's the cost that concerns me.
Yeah, but you did ask me the question.
I did. Sorry, so yeah.
Yeah, so I was answering the question. However, I don't have exact figures as to purchase prices. as the report notes, we're $500 shy of the tender threshold. At a time when the council's in a position to buy the machine, will have exceeded the tender threshold. So it will require a full cost analysis, which will be built into the council report that recommends it at that time. So I don't have that financial detail at the moment. We can table it for an infrastructure committee for a general discussion if you're interested.
And I would appreciate that.
Yeah. Anyway, I think that's all I can provide.
Thank you.
Yeah, no,
Director
that's fine.
Edgecombe. Thank you. Councillor Ring, do you have any further questions or anything?
No, look, I am happy. I know we need it, so I am happy to support it. I understand it's very useful, and it's just the overall cost that concerns me.
Thank
That's
you,
all.
Councillor Ring. Any further debate? Councillor Tyson?
I've just got a question on what will be the final cost of it all,
Director
time.
Edgecombe.
and when will that occur?
So the final cost for the hire arrangement will be $249,500 for a full 12 months of hire. And at the end of that period, there will be the option to purchase at $226,500. So the total cost will be $775,000 odd. No, my maths is wrong.
I got 476,000.
Yeah. 540, 450, something along those. 475,000. 475,000.
Yeah, I said
Roughly.
that.
Got there in the end. I have a 2-year-old who's not sleeping.
Councillor Tyson, you're right with that. Councillor Statham?
Yes, I read the report, and I think it is great that we have 2 trucks that can be of great assistance to this piece of machinery if it is hired or purchased. But there's something that I think that should be brought into this, and that is the fact that the people that are operating it will be skilled. Nobody can just get in that and do whatever they think they can. So Fridays, I believe a lot of the staff have off. We have public holidays. We have Easter time, Christmas time, staff holidays, the weather conditions. How can we factor in and only use it and pay for the days that we use it?
Director Edgecombe, can you respond in regards to staff?
I can. So it is a specialist piece of equipment, and we've been undertaking a process in collaboration with our safety team to upskill staff across the board. Again, we don't have many staff. There's, I think, 26 running in our rural depot and something like 18 in our urban one. So it's not many across almost 1,000 kilometres of road. So we need to have them multi-skilled. So if someone doesn't come to work, there's people to jump on those critical machines and roll out. So we have a training register. We do know who has qualifications and who doesn't. So it's basically at the supervisor's discretion when the machine is operated. If there are no skilled operators, if none of them have those competencies, then the machine for that day, unfortunately, stays off the road. But safety is critical above all else.
Just one more question. So would you consider that council staff would use that every day that they are being hired to do something? Like how many months would you, out of the 6 months, would you have somebody on it 4 days a week, 3 days a week, every day, every working day? How can you guarantee that what we're going to vote for, that we're not getting, that we should be, if it's 6 months the lease, we should have that cut back to about 3.5 months, 4 months, so that those workers are at work. We shouldn't have to pay for Easter, Anzac Day, Christmas time, holidays, if it's not working.
I am happy to answer it. It's a flat rate, and it accommodates down periods of those nature. So we've assessed the working days over the year, and it's a it's a dry hire arrangement, and we pay all of the fuel costs. So if it's not being used, we recoup those savings as well. So I can't guarantee that it's used every single day, but it's a piece of machinery that greatly improves our efficiency. So the jobs that used to take us a week to 2 weeks can now be done in half a day. That's the nature of this machine. Just coming back to the question that Councillor Ticehurst raised a moment ago, conclusively and without my faffing about, it's 475,500.
Thank you, councillors. If there's any further debate on this matter, Councillor Marnie, write a reply.
I will on this occasion. I go back to the point, we need to build efficiencies in. The community are asking us to get better at maintaining and repairing roads. We've got some pretty sobering numbers in front of us as far as the percentage of roads in decline. If we're not holding that class behind it at bay and repairing them and increasing their useful life cycle, we've got an ever compounding financial problem. We've obviously got issues with supply lines now as well. I think that the organisation needs to invest in its people, needs to invest in plant, needs to invest in training so that we can maximise the amount of people. But you may not have the piece of plant online on every job. But if we go to a day rate hire, you're going to be getting a significantly bigger number than an annual hire. So we've got to accept that there will be days where it's not used. But if we want to pick it up from the hire shop every week, they won't miss us on the money. It'll be a substantially bigger number than what we're looking at here.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you.
Mayor, before we have a break,
can you just call your jets?
Okay.
Thank you. I know that Councillor Fredericks asked for a break, but we've got one more item in this block, which is 2.6. So let's do this one, and then we can have a break after that, because my understanding there is someone in the public gallery that's very interested in this. So let's do this one, and then after we've done it, we can then have a break. So 2.6.
I'd like to move it.
So let me read what it is first. Proposed acquisition of Valley Drive, public road encroachment. You're moving the recommendation,
I move the recommendation.
And I need a seconder for this, please.
Second that.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Councillor Ring?
I support the report as it stands. I do have a couple of questions, but the answers to those will not impact my vote on this. The first is, in the report, Lot 5 on the CH survey is shown as 210.3 metres square, covering a portion of Valley Drive, but is not listed for purchase. Why?
Director Browning.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, council already owns it.
Council owns it? That's good. Would have been nice if it was in the report, sorry. If Lot 8 is where the road should have gone, where the car park is, who owns this land? And if it is council, and if it's not council, will it be seeking financial compensation?
Director Browning, please.
Through you, Mayor Coleman. I'm not comfortable disclosing ownership at this stage, but
No, that's fine. I appreciate that.
There has been discussions and an offer to see if the party was interested, and there's been no response from that party. So there has been representations made to that party.
I'm concerned that this council approved this development and allowed for Valley Drive to be constructed over lands that was privately owned. Obviously, we can't get an answer on that, but that does concern me. So maybe one of our planning meetings, I can flag that with Director Elwood, and we could possibly look at some of these issues moving forward. So this sort of issue does not rise again. But look, there's a priority plan with this. There's no conflicts of interest. I think it is essentially, apart from the omission of who owned Section 5, I think it's actually a good report. Let's get it off our books.
Thank you, Councillor. And Councillor Statham?
I have read the administration's recommendation. I've gone through as much information as I needed. We need to have some growth happening in and around the centre of Lithgow. If this helps to do that, I'm certainly for it.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate on this matter?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor.
Yeah, Councillor Tyson?
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have the report with me at the moment. I'm not sure whether I got it or I didn't left it at home. But for the public record, how is the $84,000 to be funded?
Director Browning?
Through you, Mayor Coleman, it'll be considered as part of the draft budget next year. So there's going to be some time in terms of getting subdivision organised and the associated works and settlement time as well once we've got the legal contract of sale in place. So it's likely to be next year.
Any further debate on this matter? No? I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that Councillor Fredericks has moved a 5-minute recess. Yes, Councillor Classen?
Just a point, does that require a
The division?
authorisation or a division?
Yeah, that's a good
to
question.
execute anything
Doesn't
particularly
say in the
after doing?
report. No, it's not a planning. No, we're right. Councillor Fredericks is moving that we have a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Ring? No opposition. That's carried. 5 minutes. you. We're back. Thank you very much. So the next item on the agenda is 3.1 Finance Committee meeting minutes. Do I have a mover?
Happy to move that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie.
Second.
Councillor Ing. Councillor Marnie, you happy to speak to that?
Briefly, Mayor. Look, I appreciate the difficulties we might have with funding projects that haven't started, but I do want to thank the Director Edgecombe and Director Browning for their work in reviewing alternate pathways to fund, particularly the Great Western Highway stormwater drainage project. And I just want to acknowledge Councillor Smith, I know he's been out in the community, supporting the community and talking to the community about this project. So it's pleasing that we're able to find a pathway forward. We've approved the subdivision, and we've got the downstream potential impacts of stormwater, and some of our stormwater infrastructure is not fit for purpose at this point in time. So that was particularly pleasing. So I just want to acknowledge the staff's work on resolving an appropriate and alternate pathway to bring that project back into the this year's works program.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Councillor Ing.
For anyone who's read the minutes, I'd just like to point out that point 2 isn't directly from the minutes or the meeting. It stems from item 5.3 of that meeting, where we discussed a range of measures. And I'd just like to echo Councillor Marnie's views that it's good that the client staff have been proactive and found an alternate source of funding. That's why it's in here. It does relate to the discussion at the meeting, but it wasn't moved at the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ing. Any further debate on these matter? No? Councillor Marnie, you happy for me to put that? Okay, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. We're now up to 3.2 Sports Advisory Committee meeting minutes. I'm happy to move this, and I'd like to add an extra point if I can get a seconder. And my point 7 is that the Sports Advisory Committee need a resolution action register. And the reason I'm suggesting this is that the last Sports Advisory Committee meeting that I chaired, because Councillor Goodwin and Councillor Marnie were indisposed, was that I noticed there were a lot of questions coming forward about the same things. I think Councillor Smith was there, and I just think we need to keep on top of what is actually being proposed and not proposed, and what's being action and what's not being action. So if I can get a seconder.
Yes.
Oh, recommendation. Okay, recommendation action register. I'm happy to change the wording, but you know what I'm trying to get at. I just need a seconder. Oh, sorry, Councillor Goodwin, you're happy to second that? Before I hand over to you, Councillor Goodwin, I just have a question for Director Edgecombe. I understand you wrote this report. My question is there someone within this team, or maybe it's yourself, who is registered with Grant Connect for seeking out sports grants? Because I understand you actually have to register for Grant Connect. They don't send you an invitation. I know that the LEAP team are registered for Grant Connect and other staff are registered for Grant Connect. But I'm interested in who's registered for Grant Connect in this space, because we seem to be missing opportunities and I don't want that to happen.
Thanks, Mayor Coleman. We have 2 or 3 staff that are registered with Grant Connect and have submitted in the past.
Great, thank you. Councillor Goodwin?
Yeah, lots keep coming up in sports advisory meetings that are the same thing. Having that action register will hopefully keep us on top of what's being said and keep us on track. So I'd also like to thank you for chairing the meeting for me at the last meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Goodwin. Any further debate on this matter? I think it's really important to have that register, especially considering, Councillor Goodwin, you're actually the chair of that committee, so when you're chairing, you can have that action register with you. So, and then you can provide that support to the community like you do. All right, I'll put that. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. .3. So the next item is 3.3, Water, Wastewater and Waste Infrastructure Committee meeting minutes.
Move the recommendation as written.
Thank you. And Councillor Marnie? I'll just get Councillor Ring to speak to that.
At this meeting, waste management staff presented a challenging report on waste management, particularly in relation to the Portland facility. Increased pressure is being placed on councils across New South Wales to ensure all facilities are staffed and to close unmanned sites. The proposed arrangement is for staff to start and finish at the Lithgow facility, which will ensure that the site is open for the specified hours, regardless of a staff member calls in sick. There was a lot of discussion on this, and I think that the hours that have come up are a good compromise. Sunday is a lot more expensive to have staff there. Originally, it was proposed only to have the tip open, or the waste facility open to, I think, 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock on the Saturday. We moved that to 4 and increased one day during the week. So I think it's a good compromise for the community, and we can see how it progresses and monitor the usage, and hopefully we'll get less inappropriate waste being dumped there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Councillor Marnie?
I'll just talk to a couple of other items. Just want to acknowledge Director Trapp's staff's work on progressing the idea around water tank subsidies. And I know we've got a little way to go yet, but their role in both water security behind the meter for people, as well as maybe using non-drinking water for a whole lot of purposes around the house, I think are valuable. They also play a role, they may seem insignificant, but when collectively bound together as a community, they can create significant detention systems which can alleviate some of the overland flooding in urban settings. This is done quite well in Melbourne Water's setting. So there's opportunities there. For larger properties, it could help them store water for firefighting purposes, as well as potentially supporting neighbours in situations where we have hopefully only short-term outages. But noting that we had issues even in North Lithgow where water was at a premium during the fires. The same happened in Oakey Park, where water was lost to properties that were actively fighting fires on their own. And similarly in the Vale of Clwyd, there were situations where additional water would have been invaluable. So I appreciate staff working on issues, and as a council, I think it's important that we've got the same energy to compliment as we have to interrogate why things aren't happening. So that's happening in the background, and I appreciate the staff's work on that. The other question I had was in regard to Cullenbullen wastewater treatment plant and its discharge. Can I, and I'm sorry that you may have to answer this on notice, but if you're in a position to give us an answer, that'd be great. There is concerns about the trucking of waste to Portland from Cullenbullen and the impact that's having on local roads there. Have we progressed with the EPA and that licence to discharge?
Director Trapp?
Through you, Mayor Coleman. We have. So we've worked with the EPA and our consultants to develop a trial discharge plan to discharge the treated effluent to the environment. That has been completed, and we're currently awaiting feedback from the EPA on that final plan. So we're hoping for approval within the next week to 2 weeks on that, and then we'll be able to start doing that.
Right. Thank you. And I think that's an understanding we need to have, is that when sewage is treated, it is often discharged into the environment. There isn't a parallel universe that it enters, and it's important that we get those treatment systems right and we get those licensing right. So again, I thank the staff for their work on that.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Just before I hand it over, I have a follow-up question, Director Trapp, in regards to what Councillor Marnie was asking about in regards to the Cullumbullen Sewerage Plan. So you're waiting on the Environmental Protection Agency to come back with a response in 2 weeks, is that right? Are we confident that it's going to be positive?
Nothing's certain with with the EPA, that's for sure. But yeah, we've worked with them the whole way along. We've posed the plan to the Department of Climate Change, the Environment, Energy and Water, and they didn't see any issues with it. It is going to be a trial discharge plan, so going to be we're having to be planned for a 12-month trial to see if there's any adverse effects on the environment. So yeah, we're confident that they're going to accept it. There may be some slight changes to the discharge plan that they propose to us. There'll be a significant amount of monitoring that goes on between the environment, the effluent that's treated, and what happens in the waterways downstream and upstream. But following that, then we're hoping to move to a full-blown licence.
Thank you. I just want to congratulate your good self and your staff, because I know that this has been a long time coming. So thank you, Director Trapp. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Ring, right a reply?
No, put it please.
Thank you. Put that to you. All those in favour? All those against, declare that carried. We're now up to 3.4, Audit Risk Improvement Committee minutes, 10th of March.
I'll move that.
You're happy to move that, Councillor Ring?
Yep.
And do we have a seconder? Councillor Marnie? Councillor Ring?
I'd just like to say all councils in New South Wales are required to have an Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. And I invite any member of the public to read the minutes who think there is no oversight of council operations. This is an independent committee that does not hold back on their views in relation to council's performance, or if contractors are undertaking specific projects such as the internal audit program. I've been really impressed by, at times, how blunt they can be in getting the message across. There's no punches pulled or held, I should say. They just go for it and they give an honest opinion. But I'd like to draw councillors' attention to page 6 or 7 of the minutes in relation to major projects, because I believe credit should be given where it's due. And I'll read from the report, from the minutes. The committee recommend the director, that is Mr. Edgecombe, and council as a whole for the informative, transparent and realistic approach to developing changes and impacts to the risk profile of the Walgren Road project, and that these matters appear to have been or will be duly considered and discussed with all necessary stakeholders. As many councillors know, this has been a very, very difficult project with many moving parts and a lot of, at times, community frustration and hostility. I'd encourage all councillors to support the recommendations as written, specifically the reappointment of Ron Gillard as an independent voting member and chair of ARIC for a further 4-year term. I personally have learned a lot from Ron, and if he's not happy with the reports table, there's no doubt in anybody's mind, and he'll tell you why. I think he is an asset to this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. Just for the minute taker, Councillor Ring moved that and Councillor Marnie seconded it. Thank you. Councillor Marnie?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Councillor Ring, for that info on our chair. I made a declaration at the beginning of the meeting, and I made it for the point of that I want to be able to speak freely and not appear to have any particular bias towards issues that relate to my community life. I do have concerns about the review of fees and charges, and I have significant concerns about the charges we're applying to our recreational facilities, particularly for either not-for-profit or community sport. Now, tomorrow night, this is my understanding. We've got a regional side playing the Australia Cup. What that is akin to the English FA Cup and the Champions League. in the rugby league over there and the soccer. That's where you'll get a regional team that's done well in their competition, played in last year's grand final. They believe at times when they're sitting at home watching A-League, teams going badly, we could probably beat them one day. And they've decided to step in and enter the competition. Now, my understanding, they're going to get charged as a small community sporting club $1,700 to use Tony Licchetti Field tomorrow. That money's got to come out of someone's pocket. And I'm concerned that our fees are disproportionate to the user group's capacity to pay. They'll be playing Hurstville Zagreb, who are just a little way under the A-League. They'll be up against it, but then they're not going to, not go out there and give it a shot. Now, for those clubs to come and visit our town, those people will be travelling to our town with all their crew and whatever. So we've got to look at sport almost as, and Councillor Goodwin as the chair will be fully aware of this over the years. Sport is almost a tourism visitor economy. When we get regional comps, the swimming comps, as Councillor Statham would be well aware, attract huge amount of people. Basketball events, all of these things, our sporting groups are dragging money into this town. I think we've just got to make sure that our fees are proportionate to to what's actually happening. They're not going to derive $1,700 in profit out of that event. So they've got to find the money for standing up and entering into a national competition. I'd like to think that we as a council are almost a sponsor to community sports, and when we get these events like we do with the Wild Food Festival and Halloween and other things, that we actually get in behind our clubs and make sure that we're not exposing them to excessive costs. So I will be very active in the conversation about the review of fees and charges, and really want to look at that central consideration for local government, which is capacity to pay. And we need to make sure that we don't price community sport out of the market and we end up with these ghost ships of recreational assets sailing across the LGA with nobody on it. They all cost a lot of money to maintain. We've only quantified one of them, the golf course. Go down and have a look at Tony Licchetti and put the numbers together. It's a lot of numbers. And we need to have people playing on it, as we do at Marjorie Jackson, as we do at Kremer Park, as we need to do at Wang Oval. We need to make sure we keep community sport alive. So I'll be very interested in looking at more out of this fees and charges report.
Thank you, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Statham?
Yes, I totally agree with Councillor Marnie, and I know Councillor Goodwin has been very eager to make sure that things grow and develop in Lithgow as well. Most of my life has been around sport, and I have been very privileged to be patron of a number of organisations with sport in Lithgow. It is absolutely necessary to make sure that our fields are kept great. They are, and congratulations to the staff. But the thing that I'm hearing is that there are now children in Lithgow and Bathurst that are going to school that have got second or third in their swimming or fifth, and they can't afford now to go on to the next level because you have accommodation, you have fuel, and with the road the way it is now, they're in early morning races, they would now are going to miss out. Now, there was a conversation just recently about the pricing of Lithgow fields and small halls. Yes, I could say I've got a conflict of interest with the Matt Scott Memorial Hall, but I'm not doing that because I don't. It's a name. It's got nothing to do with what is going on now. But I think we've got to look at using the wonderful Crystal Theatre at Portland as well, and the Union Theatre, and the swimming pool is fantastic. People are using that, but we need to get a grant over the next couple of years that's been hanging over our heads for at least 10 years to get a sports stadium so we can entertain the footballers from Sydney. They're going to Mudgee, they're going to Bathurst. Come on, let's get Lithgow after the financial year back in a situation where we can now invite big events to our great little town.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate? Right to reply, Councillor Ring?
Yes, thank you. Look, I'd like to say I do agree that sport's important. It can be a form of tourism. We do know from previous meetings that the pool, we're losing $500,000 a year on. We subsidise a lot of services in our community. Part of the SOV was to do service level reviews, so we understand what those costs are. As councillors, we have to determine the level of subsidisation that is applied to those services. But we also have to make some difficult decisions. And those decisions will not always sit comfortably with us, and there'll be people who aren't happy with it. But that's why we're paid the big bucks, to make those hard decisions. And I'm sorry, but they're going to have to be made. We need to understand what the level of subsidisation is for all our facilities. Do we need all of the facilities? I'm not just talking about the sporting fields, I'm talking about halls. Do we need them? A critical part of asset management is getting rid of those assets that are no longer providing you benefit. We have a number, be it land, buildings, machine, whatever. If we're not using them, or they're costing us more to maintain than what you're getting benefit of, we need to look at alternate uses. That's good management. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. The next one is 4.1 Delegates Report, the 23rd of March 26th.
Yep.
JO Board meeting,
I'd like
26th
to.
of February 26th. Are you happy to move that, Councillor Ring? You went to that.
Yeah, I went to it, so yeah, it's probably appropriate that I move it.
So you're happy to move? And can I have a seconder, please? I'll second it. Thank you. Councillor Ring?
Just in case anyone's not aware, Mayor, if you're not available to go to the regional meetings, I normally step in for you. I was at the last meeting. Before I talk to it, I'd just like to, for you, ask a question of Mr. Hood. I know that Destination New South Wales Central West had been doing some planning on some tourism, and I'm not 100% sure that Lithgow was highlighted adequately in that. So I'd just like to know where that's up to before I talk to this.
Director Elwood?
Through yourself, Mayor Coleman. Last week, the Central West JO and in association with Destination Central West were working on a campaign program to encourage and align with getting visitation out to the Central West following the deviation to the highway. The campaign that has been arrived at by those groups is other ways to get out west, and it's a byline piece. They also provided, in the lead up to that, a package that went out to businesses and industry, which included graphics and maps of how to get out west that did not directly align with getting visitors into Lithgow as it did to other towns. Subsequently, on representation, certainly from ourselves and some other local businesses, so from council, that was withdrawn. I understand that was actually a map not prepared by either of those, even though it was distributed by them. You will not be able to find that map easily now. And that campaign, Other Ways to Get Out West, I understand is what they're going to be running.
Good. So yeah, let's bypass Lithgow. In the report, I mean, I wasn't really impressed with this one. For the past 4 financial years, our council has committed just over $12,000 with a return on investment of just $2 for every dollar we spend for a joint tourism project with the joint organisation. It is the lowest return of any member council. The highest return is Wetton, $66 for every dollar they invest. Oberon, $38.20. Bathurst, $22.20. Orange, $19.60. It was proposed in a report that this would change in the next couple of years with more emphasis on Lithgow and Lachlan. Sorry, I'm not confident that that's going to happen. Been there, done that before, heard it all before. Terribly sorry, but and although it's only $12,000, given our current and continuing cash flow issues, I'm not convinced that this is a good investment by council, nor do I believe the rate of investment will improve significantly. Given what's now happening with Victoria Pass, I do not support putting any money into this program. The market is overloaded with various campaigns in the Central West. Orange 360, Elevate Bathurst, new proposal being led by the Bathurst Council Deputy Mayor, Bathurst Table for the Tablelands. In addition to the JO campaign, and then we've got Seven Valleys. We need to protect our unique position and brand, and I'd like to amend the report and to add a following point. That the potential contribution of just over 12,000 to the CNSWJO is discussed within the broader marketing framework for tourism at the first budget workshop to be held on 30th March 2026.
I'm happy to support that.
Thank you. Just because I'm not happy with it, I'm not making the presumption that other councillors are or the staff, but I think we need to discuss a tourism marketing campaign and how we can maximise every dollar we invest to develop our brand and brand awareness, particularly with other councils and organisations trying to bypass us. And I understand that some of them have other options to get visitors, Mudgee in particular, straight up the Golden Highway from Newcastle. They can work around. We haven't got that capacity. I raised that with the Minister the other day. If you go back years when there were every major bushfire we had, and there were fires that were close and around Janolan Caves when I was working in Hartley. I remember tourists coming in with hire cars companies told them, don't go to Janolan Caves, it's burnt down. Didn't know that the caves could burn, but apparently in Sydney that's what they were telling them. This is what we're faced with again. You're faced with people saying you can't get out. Yep, it's a half hour, the 40-minute delay, and sometimes it'll be longer. We need to protect our brand and push for our community. I'm happy to work with the JO, but this program, this project is not of value to our community.
Thank you, Councillor Ring. I'm seconding this, Councillor Ring Evangelides. I'll come to you in a moment. Look, I absolutely support that we need to look at how the 12,000 actually benefits us or not, and I'm happy to discuss it further at a workshop. What I wanted to raise in this debate is the matter arising that Councillor Fredericks put up in regards to the mayoral minute. Now, myself and the General Manager are going to Sydney at the end of this week, and we've got country mayors on Friday. And the mayors that attend this meeting will be there on Friday, and I will be taking advantage of that and discussing what you've raised during the mayoral minute. So I wanted to let you know that I'm already thinking ahead and thinking about how I can discuss it. So I wanted to give you that confidence. Okay. Is there any further debate in this matter? Councillor Evangelides had his hand up.
I agree with Councillor Ring. Historically, we've been left out by the rest of the region. These areas have peaked in their tourism. We have nowhere near peaked, and we've got more potential than they have. That they will keep on excluding us, so that money should definitely be going to our campaign.
Thank you, Councillor Evangelides. Any further debate in this matter? Councillor Marty? Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Tysus, would you like to go?
Thank you. I was just wondering from it's the General Manager's report, what was said about either the Bells Line Expressway or the Great Western Highway, or I think this was before it blew up anyway, or before the road was closed, but what's the position with Centrock in regard, or whatever they call themselves, what's the position with them in regards to transport over the mountains prior to this road closing? Were they advocating for Bells Line? Because from what I've seen, I've had a look at some of their minutes, I think it's off the agenda. So I'm a bit concerned now that they're screaming their heads off because they've got one of the roads closed, and yet they weren't doing anything for the last 25 years, particularly when it came from out that way through Ian Armstrong and a number of the other people out that way to get the Bells Line going. So they all took their eye off the ball, and now they're screaming as much as loud as they possibly can. And Bathurst, all the councils out to Dubbo, and now they're all screaming their heads. And yet I'm not seeing anything in their minutes where the mayors and all the people that go to these meetings have been talking about getting a better access over the Blue Mountains. So was there anything said, or what's their position? Because I can't find one.
General Manager, would you like to comment?
Through you, Mayor. Councillor Ring may also be able to add to my response, but there wasn't any discussion. There's a set board paper for these meetings. However, the joint organisation has put in submissions on recent transport reports. I will try to find their most recent ones and I'll circulate them to councillors.
Councillor Ring, would you like to add?
The
You were at that meeting.
The previous, there's not a lot of discussion on bills. The previous manager, sort of at one meeting that I was at, was talking about it, and was talking about how many reports have been done over the years. You've got a massive pile of reports, nothing's done. I think there was a time, I wouldn't say it's fair to say they've done nothing for 25 years, but I think they got to the point where they just threw their hands up because nothing was happening. They couldn't get momentum. I'm still not convinced that the Bells line of Expressway will ever happen, but that's my personal opinion. Council's got a different opinion, that's fine. But it's not high on the agenda, and it possibly needs to be discussed within the transport section. I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe, do the infrastructure directors meet as an infrastructure working group? That's probably the spot where it needs to be discussed.
I can say, Councillor Tysus, when I first attended one of these meetings, I did raise our notice of motion that we put through, so they're aware of our position. So I can confirm that I did that.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not necessarily worried about our position because that was the motion that we put last February, and you certainly took it up to them. I'm just a bit concerned that none of them did anything about it until the road closed now, and now they're all screaming, and they should have been doing it for the last 25 years to get something done. They were the ones that were going to lose the most. In fact, I think when we look back in the last 2.5 weeks, we thought we were the ones that were going to lose the most. And in reality, I think they're all losing bigger than us in respect of tourism and everything else.
I think it's pretty even Stevens, Councillor Tysus. Any further debate? Councillor Ring, you'd like to write a reply?
No,
Not particularly.
I'd like to speak.
Sorry, Councillor Statham. Sorry, I apologise.
Well, number one, I think the last statement you made, Mayor, was probably not quite correct because the further you are away, the more petrol you'll be using, the more diesel you'll be using.
Make any statement about anything, Councillor. I said I think it's pretty even. I think we're all suffering together holistically. We're all suffering. That's what I meant.
Right, I apologise then. I took that differently. I was on the board with Ian Armstrong for 4.5 years to do with Bell's Line. It was a complete shambles. In the end, I said, I'll go to one more meeting, but I'm not wasting my time going to a meeting where it's split down the middle. The communication was ridiculous. And then, of course, there was a suggestion that they do a tunnel. At the moment, I think that we have to look at the best option we can to try and stop people really worrying about what is ahead of us because none of us know. So I think the sooner that you do talk to the mayors, it'll be better for all the people involved.
Thank you, Councillor Statham. Any further debate? Councillor Marnie?
Just on a separate matter, just through disaster readiness, preparedness and the state disaster mitigation plan, our council put forward a notice of motion to the state conference which talked about preparedness and investment through the state assistance grants. This is precisely the scenario that motion spoke to when state and federal budgets become distorted, so do local government trying to respond to emergencies. Is there any conversation going on? If it hasn't to date, can we bring that forward into the agenda and conversations you're having to start talking about preparedness? Like, what do we do with Western Main Street when it floods and Western Main Street becomes a lost bit of arterial tissue in the roadworks? There's only one option to send them down Methven Street and Bayonet, and neither of those, Methven might tolerate it, Bayonet certainly won't. And so this is why I spoke with some directness about the rail infrastructure at the Enfield intersection, there's also remaining the third point, which is outside the Gangang Gallery and near the new Lebanese restaurant. That continues to be a risk to the closure of that road. So this is where the state assistance grants needs to be preemptively reducing the risk to communities, because at the end of the day, the councillors here have all spoken as strongly. We'll wear the consequences of those failures as a community, and we'll wear them more acutely. And I will go out and say that we'll wear them more acutely than anyone else, because once those arterial roads close, then it's all on us in the short term. So I'd like to see that we're a bit stronger in the preparedness stage, and that we actually now follow through that concept around the state assistance grants, because the impacted LGAs, local government areas, sit outside the urban setting. I think the only two out of metropolitan that are getting impacted, and I'm not speaking in any personally parochial way, is the Blue Mountains and Hawkesbury. And that's because their exposure to very large areas of bushland, landscape scale bushfires, and also sitting on top and down in the bottom of the catchment, they're subject to flooding. We need to be very clear on that. I agree with Councillor Tices. There's some key issues. The transport corridor is one of them. Our exposure to disasters is another. We can't keep just being reactive to these things and hoping that we've got a bit of fat in our budgets to get us through this misadventure. So I'd ask that continue to get some emphasis, please, Mayor.
Absolutely. We'll add that to the advocacy list, Councillor Marnie. Any further debate? Councillor Ring, right reply?
No, just put it, please.
Thank you. I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? I declare that carried. Thank you, councillors. 5.1, question with notice. Councillor Tysus, Live Stone Creek Road, Portland.
Yeah.
I note it's been answered, Councillor Tysus. Would
Yeah,
you
no
like
further
any more
questions,
questions?
No further
Right,
questions.
good.
Thank you.
Thank you. 5.2, question on notice. Councillor Smith, councillor's responsibility for fulfilling work proposals, commitments, post-DA approval. Councillor Smith, I see that your question has been responded to. Do you have any questions regarding that?
Yeah, I think it's a good outcome that infrastructure has been actually reinstated, purely because I think we've got to get the confidence of the local people. If we fall back on not doing our side of that project, it doesn't look like we're actually doing our jobs. So, and I know there's a funding problem, but I give.
So you're happy with the response?
Concern. Yeah, I'm happy with that. But I have a couple of other questions.
Your questions are, Councillor Smith?
Yep. First one is really there is still seepage and drainage problems right along Great Western Highway, particularly in a few yards there. One particular resident there still has a lot of water seepage coming through his yard. Now, I'd say there's a few historical problems involved with this. It's probably been running down there for a long time. But claims are being made that there wasn't sort of water mitigation implemented when it was all done.
So, Councillor Smith, I need a question.
Yeah, well, that's the question. Can our council, people that are in charge of that, I think it might be Jonathan, can they go out there and probably have a look around and see what they can do to help this guy? Now, the other question is too, of these people, and the other question is too, will the traffic plan be progressed like it was part of that DA approval?
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll take them on notice because we'll need the administration to come back to you, if you're right. All right, well, we'll do that and put that on notice, and you can speak to the directors after the meeting.
Okay.
If you're happy with that? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Smith, we've got another one from your good self. 5.3, Councillor Smith, lodgement of EIS for Lake Lyell Pump Hydro Project. I note that your question has been asked and answered. You any questions?
Yeah, well, that's been noted there. It's been noted that the EIS now is actually on exhibition from the 31st of March, which is not very far away. It was asked to try and extend this period, of course, because of the complexity in it, to being a 6,000 page document. with a summary version of 320, but this was refused back. Where the problem occurs, which I've got to ask council of, with this now coming down on the 31st of March, it's got 28 days on exhibition. Now, our council meeting has been extended.
I'm assuming your question is, will we get time? So
No, you won't, because the next council meeting will be past the third 28 days.
I think the question you're asking would be, do we
Would-
get an extension?
Yeah,
Right.
Can we have an extension, or does council look at changing their meeting date? Because our next meeting date will be a day after the expiry of 28 days.
So we can ask that. So we either move our meeting date or we ask the government for an extension.
If
So
I can fill you in with a little bit of the meeting date, you've got to realise now through this month we're going to have Easter breaks and we're going to have an Anzac period. The reason why the meeting is now on the Wednesday, 27th or wherever it is, this might have it there, is because the day was moved from the Monday
because
it's
of the
a public
holiday,
to the Wednesday,
holiday.
which extended it outside the 28th
I'm
period.
giving you a bit of leeway here. I'll just get the Director Edgecombe to answer those because I think he might be able to help. So if you're happy with that, Director Edgecombe's over there. Director Elwood, can you please answer? Thank you very much.
Through yourself, Mayor. The council will be approaching the Department of Planning for an extension of our submission, and one of the criteria for that we will be discussing with the Department of Planning is so that we have time as administration to discuss and table our submission with councillors prior to submitting.
Can I ask a question?
You can ask the question, yeah.
Could the question be posed to the planning department? Does this exhibition meet best practice in community consultation, given it's riding over the top of an extended period of public holidays, school holidays, and an additional public holiday? I'd suggest that most organisations wouldn't see that as best practice consultation, and perhaps at that time is brought back for the school holidays and the public holidays and added to the exhibition period.
Director Elwood, is that not how you would argue how we get our extension?
It is one of the aspects we will be discussing. The department operates on the government's guidelines, which specifically identify a number of periods through a year that are excluded from public exhibition, and primarily that resolves around the Christmas, New Year's period. And we will be having that discussion with them. And that has been identified, yes.
Okay, I would suggest that Easter is a religious holiday period, whilst a lot of people don't necessarily practice that, but I would suggest it's as an equivalent of Christmas, and certainly shouldn't be embedded in a short exhibition period for a report that's 6,000 pages.
Thank you, Councillor Marty. Councillor Smith, you've got questions?
Yeah, just another question. I think you've got some group that's going to do this actual submission. You're going to procure a group to do it. You've got it written here. Was it?
Councillor Smith, Director Elwood would be able to respond. Are you happy for him to respond to what you're asking about? What's in your answer?
Yeah, procurement of professional services. Who are they?
Yeah. So, Director Elwood, would you like to respond?
Through yourself, Mayor. Council is in the process of procuring services to assist with our evaluation of the EIS. We're still finalising that, so I can not make that announcement tonight as to who the professional services agency is. Council also has staff that will be assisting in looking at and through elements of the submission. The submission is, as you said, may be in the vicinity of 6,000 pages. The administration is not intending to assess every single page of that EIS. The EIS has been, to Council's understanding, been prepared by a range of different bodies and professional agencies that actually have standing, and there are expectations that council administration holds, that appropriate process and standards and considerations that are quite often detailed in other government guidelines or other standard industry practice guidelines have been followed. Where we will be identifying and putting our effort will be into the areas that we are looking at that are at potential higher risk or concern elements, and bringing that back to council as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Elwood and Councillor Smith. Thank you. We now move on.
I have questions, if I may.
Councillor Ring, yes?
I won't make any statements, I just got questions. What influence will the council resolution have on the issue-based evaluation of elements of the EIS? And the second question is, should councillors opposed to this project submit their own signed objection?
Director Elwood?
Through yourself, Mayor. The council resolutions in regards to this proposal will be referenced and incorporated into the council submission. The consideration of the actual issues which are raised in the EIS will be assessed by council and incorporated through into the submission for consideration based on the issues. The submission or individual submissions by councillors, members of the community, local businesses are able to be submitted by those individuals. It's encouraged as part of the process for public exhibition and engagement.
Sorry, could I just one more? Would you recommend for the council, as opposed to this, that they do a cover letter and sign off on it to go with your submission?
Yeah, you can.
General Manager?
Through you, Mayor. The submission that council would put in would be going to the April meeting for endorsement. So if any councillors had other submissions, I would recommend that they put them in individually.
No, thank you. I won't be sitting in on that.
Director Elwood, you wanted to add?
Follow on from the General Manager. If councillors have differing positions or differing points to make, those should be made in individual submissions so that they are viewed by the evaluating parties as individual submissions.
Thank you. We'll move on. So, notice of motion, Councillor Tysus, Lithgow City Council property lease with the Lithgow Golf Club. Councillor Tysus, would you like to read your recommendation, speak to it, and do I have a seconder?
Yes, Mayor, I'm going to move a recommendation, but it's not the one in the agenda.
Sure.
I'll pass it on to the Minutes Secretary.
Yeah, yep.
The recommendation is that Council 1 note the report and the additional management comments by the Council's Director of Finance and Governance. Number 2, given Council's latest Intentus Auditor's report and the Council's currently publicly acknowledged poor financial situation, the Lithgow Golf Club Limited be immediately advised that under Clause 2.2, in brackets, lease term and holding over, in bracket, of their currently expired property lease with the Lithgow City Council, that Council wishes to provide it in writing with 1 month's notice of the termination of Clause 13, maintenance of the golf course, within the joint currently expired month-to-month property lease. And number 3, seek to, in 2 above, to formally terminate Clause 13, maintenance of the golf course of the property lease by the 30th of April 2026. I'll move that recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Tysus. Your Councillor Fredericks, did you second that? I did see your hand. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, with respect to the Lithgow City Council's current month-to-month, nearly 3-year expired property lease with the Lithgow Golf Club Limited, all ratepayers should be aware that under Clause 13 of the lease, the Council and its ratepayers remain financially responsible for the ground maintenance of the 18-hole championship golf course grounds. Now, belatedly, published in the Lithgow City Council's annual reports for 23/24 and 24/25, it can be publicly disclosed that the Lithgow City Council has in fact spent a collective total of $1 million. In fact, $1,006,792.76 over just the past 2 years on providing ground maintenance of an 18-hole championship golf course grounds publicly leased to the ASIC-listed Lithgow Golf Club Limited. Over this same 2-year period, the Lithgow Golf Club reported to ASIC and its just over 200 members a combined profit of $111,966, and in their latest financial year of 24-25 held net assets of $486,063. Given this $1 million Lithgow City Council biennial funding of an 18-hole championship golf course, with the lengthy closure now of the Great Western Highway at Victoria Pass, and the financial damage and business losses expected to occur across the Hartley Valley, Lithgow and the Central West, how is it possible that our roads can now be maintained by the Lithgow City Council without everyone's rates being substantially increased year on year? I noticed in the lead up to tonight's council meeting, we've had some various discussions in regards to the council's financial situation. Mr. Redskin was talking about that there's a roads backlog of $20 million over the next 8 years. The Finance and Governance Director, in a question from Councillor Ring, indicated that our financial situation was, quote, very tenuous. The fuel bitumen supplies were of some concern as well. Tenders were looking at being increased because of the extra fuel costs and so on in regards to the tenderers. They're going to be increased, and we won't get the work done if we don't pay it. And then we've got the flood grants that are an issue as well. At the moment, in fact, on average in the last financial year, we were spending $8,450 a week maintaining the 18-hole golf course as part of our lease agreement with the Lithgow Golf Club. And that's a week, 52 times a year. And then Councillor Marnie's talking about, hang on, we can't afford to, I think it's the Lithgow Workmen's Soccer Club is doing a soccer championship, $1,700 we want to charge them to use of that Tony Lecchetti Oval. I mean, it's unbelievable that we've got ourselves in this situation, but if we're going to solve the situation, we do need to make some big decisions. And Councillor Ring was talking about that tonight on one of the last ones, second or third before things, where we're talking about we need to have good management. This is not good management. This needs to be cut. The club can survive. It has the money in the bank. It's got all that. It's got membership. We need to stop it. I noticed that this was all discussed when I came back onto council, and last February there was a meeting at the golf course, or the golf club in regards to it. There was a business plan. We've not long only received the business plan. This month rubbish is just, in my opinion, just an excuse to keep it going. The council clearly seems to be embarrassed about bringing it back, because this has got to be, one, approved as another new lease, and then the maintenance would have to be subject to some sort of financial figure. So we seem to be embarrassed to try and bring it back. So in other words, let's just keep doing the month to month until somebody finds out. Tonight's the night where you need to do it. You need to cut the umbilical cord of putting $460,000, nearly $8,500 a week into the golf course and providing for their membership. What about the membership of the ratepayers? What about the membership of the Lithgow Workmen's Soccer Club and all the other sports that Councillor Marnie's talking about? What about the roads, the leases, the tenders, everything else? And don't forget, we have to pay all this money before we get it back and apply for grants and get it back from the state government. They're very slow, as we found out on all the big grants over the bushfires and the floods. So we need to make that decision tonight, and we need to make sure that we are financial. We shouldn't be making someone else financial or solvent. We should be worrying about us being insolvent, not trying to fund someone else. So I would ask the councillors to really focus on what is before you tonight and make sure that you do make a decision to cut it off. That you can't keep doing this at this level of funding. It's just absolute financial madness and not good management that we need to show to the community. Thank you.
Councillor Fredericks.
We witnessed at the beginning of this year us almost at breaking point financially. I mean, I have to be up in Hill Street every afternoon to pick kids up from school. My youngest one does go and play at that park. That park hasn't been mowed. Okay, the grass is halfway up your calves as you walk through it. If we can't do community areas, should we really be doing mowing on the golf course? And I would like to know any other landlord that does the landscaping maintenance for their tenants, because that's essentially what the golf course are, their tenants. It shouldn't be up to the landlord, which is us, to maintain and landscape. I understand the costs of the building being on us, the depreciation being on us, the rates being on us, because that is our responsibility. That is any landlord's responsibility. But landscaping, I don't agree with it. And I mean, at the end of the day, it means the golf course is probably going to have to go out and purchase a ride-on lawnmower and have staff out there doing it. At this time, when we need to have money set aside to start funneling into roads that are being ripped up by cars and trucks not staying on the diversion route, can we really justify spending this type of money mowing the golf course when, for instance, Bayonet Street has excelled in its breakdown? And I suppose the next question that we need to ask is, how long do we keep the indoor pool open during winter? These are the type of questions that we've got to start asking. What is cost effective? What isn't cost effective? How would it be viewed if we're not doing parks and community spaces, but we're doing the golf course? If we're paying for something like the indoor pool to be open all year to have 5 people go through it each week, is it worth having open when we're in this type of situation where we do need to do quick remedial roadworks and things like that because of the Great Western Highway shutdown, because we are having trouble financially, because we are going to have to wait a couple of months to see if our finances are stabilising? So these are all questions that we've got to ask.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Evangelides, then Councillor Ring.
Forgive me, but I haven't seen the golf course's business plan. But can I ask, for those that have, is the business plan designed to decrease dependency on the council over time?
So, Director Browning, on top of that, I'd like to know where we are with the actual lease. So if I could just tag on the back of you, Councillor Evangelides, if that's okay.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, Councillor Ring and I have gone through the business plan in the last 3 weeks, and we're going to take some feedback back for the golf club's consideration, predominantly around their inclusion of the sections that are under council's responsibility. But yes, it's all based on trying to increase income and reduce maintenance costs to council.
Could I just add Mayor, just to clarify as well?
And whereabouts is the lease up to?
Through Mayor Coleman, we're waiting on that business case to be able to do the lease. So there's a draft of this. It's just an update on dates, really, from the current lease. There's not too much. It's the practicality of how it's applied, which you've seen that there's been improvements in that space recently. So we've alleviated some of that confusion in relation to volunteers. So there's not substantial changes needed to the current lease format. So it's just more making sure that business plan is in place.
Will that come before council?
The lease, we've circulated the business plan, but we would have it as an attachment to the proposed draft lease when we bring it to council.
Okay, and can I just ask, so for the golf club not to be dependent on us at all, what sort of time frame are we looking at? Is that part of the business study?
It's a 5-year business plan,
5 years.
Not in that period.
Not in that period. Okay, thank you.
Any further, Councillor Evangelides? No, you're happy with that? Okay, Councillor Ring.
The commencement of this term, Council advised to successfully moved to remove the question of pumped hydro from the table, so Council could focus on the important issues facing this Council. I don't consider
order.
what appears
Yeah,
to
this
be.
is not relevant.
It is relevant.
It's not relevant, Councillor Ring.
Move a motion of dissent.
It's fine. You can move a motion to dissent. I need to suspend everything. What's your motion of dissent?
First, I'd like to know what the point of order is.
Well, I don't believe it's a point of order because we
Okay.
talk. Let me finish. We are talking about the golf club, and you've raised a different matter, which is the pump hydro. This is not relevant to the topic we're currently discussing.
All right, we'll leave that off. I believe it is relevant, but I'm not going to waste my time arguing it because I don't consider what appears to be a 30-year plus vendetta by Councillor Tysus against the golf club to be one of the more important issues facing this council. I don't know what the golf club ever did to Councillor Tysus. I don't know why he's not equally focused on the high level of subsidisation for our pool, sporting fields, and cultural events such as opera. Council subsidise many services for our community. I don't know if his intent to remove all subsidisation. Yes, we're experiencing difficult times. That's what we're here for. We're here to manage it. The business plan, as put up in the actions with the volunteers, is looking at decreasing reliance on council. The staff are now only managing the greens. The fairways and other work has been undertaken by volunteers. They are actively trying to work with council to reduce it. In reality, we're losing more money on the pool. We're losing money on assets such as buildings, community halls, which get very little use. They depreciate. We need a rational approach to all our assets. So I won't be supporting this because I don't believe it's appropriate. I believe that we should be supporting the golf club and other facilities because we own the golf course. Let's be clear. If we take it on, no one's going to lease it. We'll have to manage it ourselves. It's going to cost a hell of a lot more money. We're better off working with the golf club for a lease and accepting the fact that we do subsidise most of our sporting fields and facilities and cultural events. We don't make money off the library. And it's going to get difficult with roads. It's not $20 million. We have a $90 million backlog in roads. That's already gone through the roof. Can't get bitumen. Bitumen price go up, fuel's gone up. $20 million was a shortfall in our own revenue needed to meet that. That's what the original concept of borrowing $20 million over 5 to 6 years was. Not one hit, piecemeal each year, depending on whether or not we got grants. We're not going to put the pool out to private enterprise. Imagine the uproar in the community because they'd be paying a hell of a lot more money than what they do now. We're an ageing population and we need to be focused on growing our economy and growing business and getting young people in. If we don't have facilities for them, it's not going to come here. It's that simple. We need a golf course. We need a swimming pool. We need to subsidise events. As much as I'm not a fan of opera, as long as we're covering costs or losing a small amount, that's fine. I don't care. But we have to have a reason for people to want to live here. It's not enough to say, we can go out bush. They want some sort of cultural life. Young people are already, it has changed since COVID, but there's not a lot. There's not much in the nightlife in Lithgow. We need to work with every group we've got to provide the sort of facilities that people moving here want and that our community wants. It's that simple. I mean, I've been on record before. I think golf's a boring game, but I will not support this motion. It's that simple.
Thank you, Councillor. Any further debate on this matter? Councillor Statham.
I've taken a great interest in this over many years. I can understand Councillor Ticehurst in one way, that it is costing ratepayers and council a lot of money. But I read through the report twice today and realised they're making a profit. If they were not making a profit, it would be a very difficult situation for them and for council and for councillors. I'm very pleased and proud to think that they have got in and doing the mowing. They've got a volunteer, a lot of people that are very dedicated to retaining the golf course for many reasons. It's an historic building. The Hoskins family built that building, and I'm sure they'd be devastated if it went back to rack and ruin, which the top of it is possibly looking like that at the moment. But they've got plans, and I hope that their plans come off. And I also think that in the long term, what a wonderful site if they can build some little cabins there and get golfers to come and stay overnight. I've seen it at other small areas. It's not impossible for Lithgow. But at the moment, while ever they hold their own and make a small profit, and that profit, if they need, I'm sure council will negotiate that they might like another 10 or 20% of that profit. But we can't have that big block of land with nothing on it. It's on the western side coming into Lithgow, and heading east, it would be atrocious, and it would cost council, as Councillor Ring said, a lot of money to upkeep it, to get nothing from it. So the times have changed. People don't hire things as much these days because COVID. People are used to not going out as much. But I think the idea of keeping our sport alive, and over the next 10 years seeing a new grandstand, seeing the golf club to develop into something that they can run, and council just assist them. But until the golf club proves that they keep making money even in difficult circumstances, I really have to support what is put in front of us, and that is that I think the golf club is worth saving, and maybe there can be some negotiations done with a little more profit going to council. However, they've also made sure that they're doing their own mowing, which is another cost that council effectively doesn't have to use. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sanctum. Councillor Marnie?
Just so councillors are clear what's going on in my mind and the words I say, I'm very clear in what I'm talking to when I talk to issues. When I'm talking about fees for not-for-profit, they are a community running a sporting code that does not make a profit. They're trying to cover the costs of running that. The community sports that don't even have an income outside of sponsorship are the next tier down. Those have a great vulnerability to fees. That's a separate issue to what we're talking about here. So I just want to be very clear when I'm referenced on things, what I'm talking to. We were required as a council in 2016, 10 years ago, to start developing asset management plans. Hello, a decade's gone by and we don't have our recreation or our buildings asset management plans. They in turn tell us the cost of maintaining it. I would expect that Tony Luchetti costs a small bomb. I'm not going down there on short notice to say, Lithgow Storm Junior Rugby League, you're out. Cricket Club, you're out. If you're not paying your way, you're out. We need to have a model. If we're working off a pure user pay model, yes, it's going to cost a lot of money to people to use the swimming pools, for people to use the indoor pool, those people that use it for part of their health benefits. We need to marry up all the things. A number of councillors have spoke to that, so I won't talk to it in detail. The club is starting to make a profit, increasing profit. So we've gone from 39,000 to 72,000. We've got an agreement that they will hand over 20% of their profits. If we're going to change that, we need to have that conversation. I cannot, on principle, support a proposition that we have not even talked to our partners about prior to it coming in front of the council, and myself getting 7.5 minutes to contemplate booting them out. That ain't on. We as a council developed a volunteer policy to allow volunteers to work in organisations such as the golf course to reduce the cost burden to us, and that's what they're doing. And I'll ask a question for you, Mayor, to the relevant staff member. Who is paying for the upgrades, like the new concrete footpaths at the golf course?
Who can
Is
answer
council
that?
paying
Director
for that?
Browning, please.
Through you, Mayor Coleman, the discernible upgrades that have happened recently have been through the golf club, and some of it through grants that they've attracted themselves.
Okay, thank you. They're paying for the improvement of our asset. It's not their asset, it's our asset, but they're paying for the
Point of order.
No,
I've got to take a point of order.
He said they're paying for it. They're not paying for it. The state government or the federal government's paying for it. So it's an illusion that they're paying for it.
Let's get some
out of their own money.
clarification. My understanding it was grant funding.
through Mayor Coleman, parts are funded from them, so the concrete paths
So
are theirs.
parts are
but
funded from the golf club, parts are funded from state government?
from grants.
Yeah, from
Yeah.
grants.
Okay,
So they
well,
are.
I'm happy to correct that. I'll correct that on the record. The golf club is paying out of their own money some of the repairs, and by their own efforts, by applying for grants, improving our community asset. Now, I actually think this is disrespectful to bring something like this in front of the council without inviting the party that is party to this agreement. So I'm afraid I will not be supporting it based on that principle alone.
Thank you, Councillor Money. Any further debate? Councillor Goodwin?
Just a procedural motion, Mayor Statham, if there's no more, Mayor Coleman, if there's no more fours, and we've only got against, can we put the motion?
Well, are you doing that? Are you putting, well, we've had 2 and 4, so we need to, you're moving a procedural motion that I put the motion.
We've had.
Yeah, but I still have to put
Yep,
that. It's a procedural motion. So, Councillor, hang on. I have to put the procedural motion. I'm sorry, Councillor Fredericks. So this is basically cutting the debate. So this is a procedural motion. I put the motion, you support this being put, and then I put the motion. So all those in favour of the motion being put, please raise your hand. 5. The motion's been carried. So you still have right of reply, Councillor Tyser. So right of reply.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, there's a big distinction between there's a lease arrangement here. There's no lease that I can recall with any other organisation, sporting or organisation, in regards to, like, the pool's ours, the Tony Lucchetti's ours. We charge fees and for the various groups that use it, depending on whether it's summer or winter or spring or whatever. This is a lease. This is like a house lease where you come round and you put 18 holes of, you manicure the lawns of a property. We're going broke, and we're funding $8,500 a week to a club that's pulling in a profit, right? Sure, they're getting some other grants and things to put around the place as well. This has been an embarrassment to council, because it's had every opportunity to bring that lease back. The business plan was called for back in February last year. There's been a delay. In my opinion, the delay was all about making sure that it was month to month until we could get a favourable thing, or in regards to when...
Point of order, that's just here saying it wasn't discussed in the debate earlier.
Just continue,
yes,
Councillor. Just wrap up. Wrap up.
No, I've got a right reply.
Yeah, I know. Wrap up, please.
Yeah, I'm not wrapping up. I'm not wrapping up. I'm still going.
You're still going. Yeah.
Thank you. But the reality is, I watched tonight, and we're all talking about losing money. Everything's going up, and we're losing dough. The reality is, we've got to make a decision. If we don't make a decision on a property lease, this is a deal as though we were having a deal with any other company, the bowling club or any ratepayers, any sort of mutual thing that we had. We need to put a stop to it. We can't afford it. We're going to be screaming our heads off at the end of the 30th of June. Everything's going up. The road's going on here. We don't know what the end result's going to be, but we know we need money. They've got money in the bank, nearly $500,000. They've got a profit. They've got everything going for them. They can survive. The other thing that's always been with this golf club is we've never, ever put it out to the public to invite other clubs and organisations to come and take it over. As recently as the last, we were talking about the, I think it was the caretaker's residence upstairs. Well, what are we going to do? We can't be responsible for the maintenance of a private entity, ASIC listed company, and we're going broke. As I said, they're the only ones going to remain solvent. We're going under. And we're quite happy to let it happen, because we've got friends or families or whatever out there, and we've got nothing here. Thank you.
I'll put the motion.
Point of order there. I have neither friends or family or played.
I put motion, Councillor Money. We did this procedure motion that was put forward. Councillor Tyson has had his right to reply. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Favour of the motion? All those against? declare it lost. The division has been called. All those in favour, please raise your hands. Councillor Tysus and Councillor Fredericks. All those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Goodwin, Councillor Evangelides, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie and Councillor Coleman. The matter's been lost. We're up to 6.2. Councillor Fredericks, indefinite closure of Great Western Highway at Mount Victoria Pass. Is there, please move your motion, speak to it, and is there a seconder?
I'll move it.
Right, and Councillor Tyson is the seconder. If you'd like to speak to that now, that'd be lovely.
All right. So I did make a social media post on the 11th of March. So here we go again, people of Central West. For generations, we've seen the same thing, that when it comes to infrastructure, New South Wales might as well stand for Newcastle, Sydney and Wollongong. The Central West relies on two main routes to connect us with Sydney, the Great Western Highway and Bells Line of Road. These two roads are the main veins moving people, freight, food and equipment between the Central West and the state's largest city. Right now, the Great Western Highway closed in both directions at Mount Victoria. One of the most reliable routes into Sydney is effectively cut off. That means freight, commuters and general traffic are being forced onto diversion routes across the Darling Causeway and onto the Bells Line of Road and through Lithgow. The result is longer travel times, higher fuel costs and serious pressure on local communities. Residents in Lithgow are already dealing with major congestion through Chifley Road and surrounding streets. Traffic is backed up through town and locals are struggling just to leave their streets to do everyday things like getting to work, dropping kids off at school or going to the shops. And this needs to be said very clearly. Right now, Lithgow cannot handle any more traffic. Our roads and infrastructure were never designed to carry this level of volume. The pressure on the community is already extreme and local residents are feeling the stress and anxiety that comes with it. So now is not the time to encourage additional tourism traffic through these routes. Encouraging people from Bathurst or elsewhere to drive up the mountains or along diversion routes for sightseeing is only going to make the situation worse. This is one of those situations where common sense needs to apply. If you don't need to travel through these areas, please don't. Give residents, emergency services and essential freight the space they need to move safely. The bigger issue is that this situation didn't happen overnight and isn't just one government's fault. This has been decades in the making under governments of all stripes, Liberal or Labor. The pattern has been the same. Major investment goes into metropolitan areas while regional road corridors are patched up with temporary fixes. For years, people in Central West have been calling for long-term solutions, projects like the Bells Line Expressway we talked about more than a decade ago. If a proper expressway corridor had been built years ago, much of the heavy freight and long-distance traffic could have been handled there instead of relying on an ageing mountain roads. Instead, those plans were shelved because of cost. Now we're seeing the consequences when one incident can shut down a major highway and force thousands of vehicles into smaller regional roads. Local businesses are also being hit. Businesses in places like Hartley Valley rely heavily on passing traffic. When those routes change or disappear overnight, the families who run those businesses feel the impact immediately. These are the real livelihoods at risk. At the same time, Lithgow residents are carrying the burden of the traffic diversion, congestion and disruption. That needs to be recognised by neighbouring communities and leaders because the pressure right now is falling heavily on the people who actually live here. Looking forward, the conversation needs to be about long-term planning. The Central West cannot continue to rely on two ageing mountain routes that become vulnerable every time there is a landslip, weather event or major incident. Proper investment in the Great Western Highway and Bells Line of Road, along with serious planning for future freight corridors, has to be part of the state's infrastructure priorities. Because the reality is simple. The Central West helps feed, supply and power this state. Agriculture, manufacturing and mining all rely on reliable transport corridors to move goods to Sydney and beyond. Those corridors fail, the whole state feels the impact. Regional communities aren't asking for special treatment. We're asking for the same level of long-term planning and investment that metropolitan areas receive. And if councils across the Central West want to be taken seriously on this issue, then it's time for a united voice, not divided by party politics, but focused on making sure regional communities are properly heard when it comes to infrastructure that affects our future. Now, the recommendation that I have is different now to what it was in there. Number one, that council and councillors are provided with timely and transparent updates regarding the ongoing impacts and management of the Great Western Highway closure and diversion, and any business community financial assistance and compensation measures. with such updates to be formally communicated with council and councillors rather than external channels, social media posts such as Transport for New South Wales or other state electorate MPs. 2. The New South Wales Government provide immediate emergency funding to upgrade Hartley Valley Road, Browns Gap Road to a safety and suitable standard to accommodate diverted vehicles up to 8 tonnes, enabling partial relief of traffic pressure on the CBD and wider LGA. 3. That the New South Wales Government provide urgent emergency funding to repair and remediate excelled road damage caused by increased traffic volumes, avoiding the diversion route on local streets, including but not limited to Bridge Street, Short Street, Bank Street, Bench Street, Methven Street, Muscat Parade and Bayonet Street. That additional traffic control personnel be deployed immediately at school crossings, specifically Mort Street and Bank Street during peak school drop-off and pick-up times to ensure pedestrian safety, and extra police and ranger patrols take place during these times to prevent illegal parking. And 5, that council requests broader representation on the newly established Transport Task Force, ensuring that more than the Mayor and administration is included to adequately reflect the interests and concerns of the community. Now, to explain why I've chosen those 5 points, I haven't been updated on anything to do with the Great Western Highway unless it's been a social media post from either Transport New South Wales, Trish Doyle, Jenny Atkinson. It's not coming through council. I'm not getting those updates before the community's getting hit with them. And then I'm getting hit with screenshots from the community going, what the hell is this? What, can you explain it? And I'm like, it's news to me. And I'm sure a lot of other councillors are feeling that way as well. When it comes to the emergency funding upgrade on Hartley Valley and Browns Gap, if we can get some of those vehicles off the Darling Causeway, it's going to cause less damage to the Darling Causeway. And they're going to be rediverted back out onto the highway. So that way, if they want to go to Oberon, they can. They don't have to come all the way through our CBD, then go back up the highway. We can remove some of the freight off the CBD. It's going to relieve some of the stress. Because let's face facts, Mount Vic isn't going to open up in 3 months' time. And if it ever does open up, I highly doubt it's going to open up to pre-closure traffic conditions. So this is going to be an ongoing thing for possibly years. Now, when it comes to the emergency funding for the repair and remediate excelled road damage, these aren't just the streets that are getting damaged. We've got footage of them going down, of semis going down Clyde Street and taking out the corner houses' front fence, going up to the gasworks lane. Like, it's ridiculous, and I get that it's not anyone's fault per se, because it's what Google Maps is telling people how to divert around diversions. But a semi going up a tiny quiet street and then up a laneway, I have to question the intelligence of someone to do that. I have seen on Mort Street crossing in the morning, trucks pulled right up on the crossing where the crossing supervisor's back is right against an idling truck trying to get kids across that crossing safely. Bank Street had no traffic supervisors at all last week. None. And we've got increased traffic doing the rat run down Bench Street, down Bank Street, down Short Street, down Bridge Street, down Church Street, and the other way around. We've got parents again parking in the no stopping zones, parking in the 3-minute pickup drop-off loading zone, parking halfway across that footpath. So you're having to walk out on that very corner in Short Street, stand in the middle of the road to see what's coming up, while also hoping whatever's in Bank Street isn't going to run you over. It's a massive, dangerous issue, and it's just getting worse. I've spoken to Lithgow Primary. They're aware of the increased traffic around their school, especially during drop-off times. They're stressed because they're having trouble getting extra traffic supervisors for their crossings. Mort Street used to have 2. It's now down to 1, sometimes none. And that's the main road that this traffic is being pushed onto. In the afternoons, you've got traffic banking up from the bottom of Bridge Street to Mort Street, all the way up to the intersection of Paul Street leading into Lithgow High. You've got them coming down on the other side of the road to go down Church Street. There's going to be an accident. And then, because the ones that are using the rat run to come down Short Street to go into Bridge Street, they're getting caught in Short Street, and that's backing up out onto West Bank Street. So there are major issues that do need to be addressed. And I've sent emails. I sent emails on the 13th of March. I've sent emails on the 14th of March, on the 17th of March.
Can you wrap up?
Move an extra 2 minutes.
Yeah. Are you right, Councillor Fredericks? Are you able to finish?
Yeah. And I'm getting either no reply or a default reply. But I am not getting updates on where we are with TFSNW and the state government in getting these added things rolling and up and going. These are things that are going to make it safer. Because the last thing I want to see, especially when it's coming to this main road being used, is a kid being killed because of negligence, stuff that could have been implemented and prevented it from happening. And unfortunately, it's going to fall on us to advocate for that because, let's face facts, we're a national seat.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Tassos, did you want to add?
Just briefly, I congratulate Councillor Fredericks for her recommendation in her passion. This is a little bit different to what we had in the Mayoral Minute because it's talking about what the local issues are. So these are things that the council can look at and take on board and take it through where relevant to Transport for New South Wales or to the task force. These are local issues that she's quite well presented that occurring on a day-to-day basis given what's happened in the last 2.5 weeks. So I congratulate her and I'm quite happy to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I open up for debate, we did have a task force meeting today, my understanding. Is that Friday? Can we have an update on what happened there?
Through you, Mayor, it was hurriedly organised task force meeting because the task force had only been announced late last week. So not all invited participants were able to attend. However, there was good representation from New South Wales agencies who gave updates from their perspective, including education, transport, Reconstruction Authority, the Small Business Commissioner, and a number of others. And also I was there and Jonathan Edgecombe from Lithgow. A number of other councils weren't represented, possibly due to them trying to work out who to send the emails to. I wasn't specifically invited, but Trinity passed the invite on to me. So it's a work in progress, but they have undertaken to meet weekly and even more regularly. I haven't seen an invite for this week yet, but it is a work in progress and we have had the Minister here today.
And I'll just give an update. My understanding, what I was told this afternoon by the Minister and her staff, is that they're meeting Tuesdays and Thursdays. So that's going forward from tomorrow. I suspect we'll have invites in our inbox. But a lot of this can be addressed through the task force as well. So we can give that undertaking now. I'll hand over to further debate. If anybody would like to speak on this matter? Councillor Marnie?
I've just got one question. I just want to understand with Hartley Vale Road and understanding the switchback that's at the top of the system. 8 tonnes are a substantial sized vehicle, and coming out of Friday night's meeting with this desire to have a contraflow going up and down Hartley Vale specifically for local residents, I just need to understand how that'll work. Also, that if there is a stream of down traffic that's up to 8 tonne that essentially is going to take a new diversion route, which is up onto Browns Gap Road and then through the Vale of Clewett along Hartley Valley Road, if I'm understanding correctly, and then either onto Mort Street and or rejoining Chifley Road. I just need to
show you
if
it makes sense. So this is what I was thinking.
And
where did it go? Because you've got the Darling Causeway here.
Yep.
And that's what everyone's freaking out about. And then you've got the Hartley Vale Road
Yep.
entrance.
Yep.
You bring it down, get it out on the Brownsgate Road.
Yep.
And you get it to come back out onto the highway.
Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. I understand that. All right. Thank you. Okay. I still have some concerns about that switchback. It's a hairpin that's that sort of shape. So I just don't know if the weight limit, and I'd also ask that if that can be considered with the request that came out of Friday night's meeting, you were there, that they were looking for a way out onto Darling Causeway, which is still a challenge for them to go up there and turn right unless they've got traffic lights. So if it's going to stay one way, yep, I can understand your logic, and particularly if it's going out onto the highway alignment. But I just need a little bit more clarity around that. The only other question I'd ask or comment I'd make is there are a lot of businesses that are completely woven in the tourism economy. And so they are waiting on their peak periods. So they're going to be looking for Easter and the school holidays to prop their annual profits up. There is also, this reverberates right out to new operations out of Portland. They're starting to feel the pinch because whether it's the fuel prices and lost discretionary spending, but there's people that are struggling out there as well. So I'm happy to support the motion, so I'm not speaking against it and all the points you made, but I just need to be clear on how that operates as a road system.
My understanding, Councillor Fredericks, is that we're advocating to the New South Wales government in regards to point 2, point 3, point 4 and point 5. Is that correct? And, I mean, at the end of the day, they'll either say yay or no, but that's what you'd like us to put forward.
Yes, and to fully answer Councillor Marnie, the Hartley Vale Road, Hartley Valley Road and Browns Gap Road, that's emergency money to start upgrading those so they can handle higher traffic flows, make them wider, try and make them straighter, even if it means they have to have a really reduced speed limit at the end of it. If we can get some of the travellers and the heavy type of freight out of the CBD and back out onto the highway, I mean, I'm pretty sure more people would prefer have to travel halfway down the Darling Causeway to come down, to come back out, to be able to go to the Lollybug, Shannon's Aaron's Outdoor Power Centre, rather than having to come all the way through the CBD to get back onto the Great Western Highway and drive through. I'm just trying to come up with solutions to ease the hell that we're going through with the CBD, but trying to do it in a safe way where it's also, in a way, upgrading the community at the same point, if that makes sense.
Thank you, Councillor Fredericks. Councillor Evangelides.
I won't be supporting the motion for the simple reason road use is complex. Traffic is complex. We're not qualified. I'm sorry, an opinion on which road someone should go to. People are working on that. They know. There's so many factors to take in. So there's no way I'd support that motion.
Councillor Evangelides. Councillor Ring.
There's already a lot of advocating going on, and I understand the frustration that there's not a lot of information. It's been 2.5 weeks. They don't understand what the problem is. It's that simple. And I can tell you now, there is no emergencies funding, and that was made clear by the Minister to me today, Minister for Small Business and Reconstruction. Until they have the information and that they can trigger a Section D application under the DRFA legislation or whatever, it's not going to happen. You won't see funding. We've already got funding for Browns Gap Road. The work's not going to be done till December. And given what has been said today, we may have problems with that if we cannot get bitumen. So doing works on the roads, that's good in theory. Our roads are already in bad repair. I believe there's already work being done to limit trucks going on a number of them. Once again, there is no emergency funding. In 3 months, There may be. And I hope there is. And the Minister gave a strong commitment to pursue it. And I believe her. I believe she'll do it. I think we've got to stop thinking about we're a National Party seat or this seat or that seat. The government's got a problem. To get where it came from, we need solutions. That's what I've been working with. That's what the Mayor's been working with. Rather than getting up and grandstanding, we need solutions. A number of solutions have been put to the Minister in relation to practical solutions, which are very cost effective at this point in time. What we need is a contra line. However, Transport for New South Wales have the final say. Darling Causeway, their road. There are safety issues. Getting permits, getting people down, residents, locals, people in the mountains working in Hartley. Because there are other businesses in Hartley other than the Lollybug or cafes or errands. There are many other businesses. There are also doctors, specialists and nurses who travel from Sydney and the mountains to get to the hospital. We need them. I think some of the requirements in this are a bit premature. I think we need to wait and see. I won't be supporting it. I am concerned with the school crossings, and I do agree we have safety issues. I've had safety issues raised with the pedestrian crossing from outside the bookshop across to the car park with people nearly being hit. We need to get practical solutions. The other problem to that, and part of the thing that's come up in TALC meetings, is not being able to employ people or find people to do those jobs. I don't know how you get around it. Not being able to find staff to do the lollipop jobs. They've had difficulty in the past doing that. They've put traffic lights, temporary ones, up at Coolwell at the crest of the neck. Crossing lights might be needed at the pedestrian crossing in front of Lithgow Primary School. At least for the period when children and families are crossing the road and coming. To me, that's a far better option. I mean, I've got no problem with the recommendation, but I'm not going to support it. But I think it's premature for a lot of it. I think they can be pushed through the General Manager. We're not going to see anyone else on these committees, on the task force. It's been limited to the Mayor, the Mayor's delegate, or I believe the General Manager or General Manager's delegate. It covers every council in the Central West that's affected. And it's predominantly the bureaucrats meeting to come up with solutions and make it work. Our role and the role of the politicians is to feed into that body to get the answers. And when the time is right, we need to be able to hit them hard for money. It's not just for us, it's also the businesses. But we need to make sure the businesses have their books in order, they've got their facts and figures, so they can actually legitimately say, this is the impact, this is what it's costing me. Even then, I'm not hopeful they're going to get a lot of money. In Kempsey, up north, information I've been provided, they only provided 25,000, farmers 75,000. There's a disparity, and I know there are politicians pushing to get that changed, but at this point in time, it's a moving feast. We need...
Thank you, Councillor Ring.
Thank you. I'll stop. No, look, I'm happy to stop it there.
I've got a question there.
Just before you do, look, I'm just going to say this very quickly. I will support this. And the reason I support this is that I was told nothing's off the table. And we need, as a council group, to be looking at solutions. Screaming from the hilltop is not getting anywhere. And that's what I'm trying to do, is find solutions. We probably get told, we may not get told, but I was told nothing's off the table. So let's put it forward. Let them have a look at it. Let them review it. And I'm talking about Transport for New South Wales or the task force or whatever you want to call it. And let them come back to us. Maybe it will spark an idea from them. Maybe it will spark a solution from them. You never know. One idea might create another idea, might actually create a solution. That's how I look at this notice of motion. They will make a decision. They will advise accordingly. And then come back to us. That's how I see it. Any further? Councillor Tyson, she had a question.
Question.
Microphone.
Sorry, I thought I had it on. Are you aware that up at the one at Waterfall Way, which was a similar situation to this, where they had a rock slide and took out the road, and they've just repaired it and opened it yesterday. The grants for the people that were impacted by that over a number of months was only loans up to $130,000 for businesses, some assistance to similar sort of assistance to primary producers and so on. Councillor Ring met with the small business ministry. Is there any idea of whether there's going to be some sort of money for businesses, because that's what they're hanging on to? Are you aware of anything at this stage?
They're currently working through it, Councillor Tysus. We didn't get no, we didn't get yes. They did say that we're looking at all options. There was one option floated about tax relief. That was floated with the Minister today, Minister Saffron today. It was also floated with Minister Aitchison when she was here, and they are looking at that. But at the moment, they don't even know what solutions they've got in regards to the past. They're still pulling core samples out. Until they actually know how to rectify the problem, I don't think we're going to know anything. So I think we need to wait for the investigation process before we have a look at anything. But that's my understanding.
Could I just add because I met with the Minister before you came. She's very adamant, because I raised the issue of the declarations of disaster funding. She's got a set of notes where this must do, and we had a little bit of, not argy-bargy, but I mean, I had to explain to her, I get it. We need to understand the criteria. But the Kempsey people, they didn't get a lot of money on the Waterfall Way. Then they had to wait for it. And I got a lot of information from people about the hassles and the drama with that, and there's politicians fighting it. There's no simple solution with it. The Minister is waiting to find out what caused it. She is hopeful that there will be a trigger for the disaster funding. And remember, there was disaster funding made available for the Bondi Massacre. So they can change criteria and policies. We've just got to wait and see. But I do appreciate the comments that you made, Mayor.
She's waiting for evidence. They need the evidence, and that's what they're collecting. Look, I'm mindful of the time, because we, as a council, we decided to finish at 10:30, and we're a minute away. So if there's no further debate, I need to hand back over. Councillor Statham, you've got a few seconds.
Yes, very quickly. I think it should be definitely be a state of emergency. This is hideous. This is going all through the state, also into Queensland. People taking from Bathurst, there's people that go to Queensland travelling with business. We are not alone. We are one of many areas, and the whole state is in crisis. It is affecting people going to Victoria, going to Canberra. You know, we need to now make it a state of emergency if the government want to get back in.
Absolutely. I'm going to hand over to right apply, or are you happy for me to put it, Councillor Fredericks?
Yeah, you can put it.
All right, I'll just put that. So I'll put that to you. All those in favour? All those against? Declare that carried. You want a division? Okay, I'll put that to you. All those in favour, please raise your hand. Councillor Statham, Councillor Ring, Councillor Smith, Councillor Marnie, Councillor Frederick, Councillor Tyson, Councillor Coleman. All those against? Councillor Evangelitas. The matter's been carried. We're now over time. I need to call the meeting to an end.
I've got a matter of urgent business.
You'll have to put it to the council, Councillor Tyson.
Council, as you're aware, today the infrastructure manager, Mr. Edgecombe, resigned, effective from the 24th of April. I just wanted to know what the council is going to do as a matter of urgency to get that job filled.
You have to put that to state that it's a matter of urgency.
I'd state that it's a matter of urgency because our next meeting is not till the 27th, Wednesday the 27th, and he'll be gone the previous Friday. So I just wanted
I don't believe it's a matter of urgency. I believe the administration's already looking at it, but that's up to the council. If the council consider it a matter of urgency, it's up to them. So you need to put it. Have you put it? All those in favour of that it's a matter of urgency? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, the matter is carried, so it's considered a matter of urgency. You'd like a response? Yep. So, General Manager, you'd like to answer that?
Through you, Mayor, and I'll just note that I haven't discussed this with any other staff except for the HR manager so far. But I will be looking to engage what we call a locum or a short-term temporary director. I'm on to that at the moment while we undergo a recruitment process. So we'll be looking to fill it as close to, at least temporarily, as close to Mr. Edgecombe's departure date as possible.
Thank
Yeah.
you.
Can I just make a comment? We've just announced something of a senior staff member resigning that may not be in front of us at the next meeting. So I think it might be appropriate just to provide thanks to Jonathan for his service.
I'll second that.
So we'll just do a motion
I
of
know,
thanks. It's
yeah.
not this is matter of great urgency.
No, I understand that, but and look, I appreciate what you're saying, but we can't, as a governance
Well,
group.
we'll make it a note that there's a vote of thanks to Mr. Edgecombe. Okay, thank
I
you.
think in this sort of situation, Mayor Coleman, I respect your mayoral decision, but this is a one-off that has not happened in many years.
It's
And
not.
I think congratulations to Mr. Edgecombe, and I wish him well for the future.
Yeah, thank you.
As do I.
I didn't write the code of meeting practice, Councillor Statham. The minister did, and I just have to apply it. But we'll take it on board that goodbye, good luck, and all the best to you, Mr. Edgecombe.
I'm still going to hassle you if I ever see you. Mr.
Meeting
Edgecombe.
closed.